Anyway, we'll all help each other out, right? That's nice. Are we live?
People, if there's a live feeling inside. If it's not all.
Okay,
perfect.
we're going live.
We're going live.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, fang an.
So should I start? Okay.
In
Well,
3 minutes. In 3
okay.
minutes, we're going live. No. don't
Okay.
worry.
Okay. So you'll tell me, right? You'll tell me start.
Yes. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
And when we go live, everybody who's not involved in the opening will keep their cameras off, right? We'll just keep the cameras off until our part of the session starts.
Yes, exactly. Your cameras and mics off until your part of the session starts. That's correct.
Mic, of course, but also the camera then. Great.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay. Welcome to the Global Landscapes Forum, the Bonn Digital Conference 2020. It's day 2.5 of our GLF this year, the first one in 2020. And I'm Natasha Elkington, and I'll be your host for this session. So this afternoon, we will be having a very interesting 4-hour session ahead of us, where we will be discussing new alliances for sustainability and resilience. So for this session, it will be divided into 3 sub-sessions, where we will have a number of great speakers and scientists from the German Development Institute, German Internal Cooperation Agency, GIZ, the UN, ILRI, a filmmaker, a climate activist, and even an astronaut. So they'll be filled with great panel discussions, video clips, and presentations to inform you, make you aware, and share ways on how we can create a sustainable future by focusing on these 3 sessions. So session 1 will be drought risk management. Session 2 will be natural resource management, and session 3 will be about social protection. So to begin our first session for this afternoon, I would like to introduce Michael Bruntrup, an agricultural engineer from the German Development Institute, who will be leading this session and will give you more detail about what's to come. Welcome, Michael. I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. Thank you for that kind introduction. Yes, I will lead for the time being. I will only say a very few words because there will be a more formal, let's say also scientific introduction into the topic. For now, I will also only say that we have tried here to make something, to bring 3 topics together, which usually are seen very far, are also discussed by different professional groups and communities. We have the drought, which is embedded into the disaster management realm. We have natural resource management, which is a typical environmental topic. And then we have social protection, and that is typically a social and poverty related topic. And so it is discussed in science, in development communities, in ministries, in national ministries. Everywhere these topics are separated, and we want to bring at least a little bit these 3 closer together. And we have seen already with the coronavirus, very practical, how important it is to think beyond silos and to bring normal and unnormal times together, and to think them together if we want to have a sustainable development in a broad sense. So
Great.
I hope everybody enjoys the show. Thank you.
Me too. Great. So for our first session, we have our first presentation. We have Immer Scholz, who's among one of our other functions is she's the Deputy Director of the German Development Institute and Deputy Chair of the German Council for Sustainable Development. She will put our Nexus topic into wider context of the SDGs and climate change. Welcome, Emma.
Welcome on behalf of the German Development Institute to the session on the nexus between natural resources, drought, and social security systems. At first sight, the nexus between these three areas is not self-explanatory. While the links, both positive and negative, between drought and natural resource use and endowment are well established, the relationships between both with social security systems are not sufficiently understood yet. So I think this session comes at the right time. In my introductory remarks, I would like to focus on what makes social security systems an attractive and promising element of strategies that deal with the causes and the impacts of drought. When we refer to social security in the context of drought, we do not mean relief operations that prevent and address social emergency situations produced by drought. We rather focus on the potential that new social safety schemes offer, specifically on cash transfer programs and public work programs that focus on rural population, such as NREGA in India, that guarantee payments for off-farm work, or programs in Ethiopia that were linked to development plans for rural communities. What we see from these programs is that access to off-farm income stabilizes the livelihoods of small farmers and their families, and that this improves their nutrition status, the ability of children to go to school, and even the productivity of smallholders. So what can we learn from that, from the perspective of improving drought preparedness? We think that research on the effects of these cash transfers and public work programs schemes shows that they could contribute more than that. Cash transfer programs could be used for rapid transfers into drought-affected regions to mitigate the social and economic impacts of drought on smallholders' assets and livelihoods. We know that they start to sell their assets for immediate survival. If they have liquidity, if they have cash at their hands, this could be postponed or even avoided. And their productivity maintained, their economic basis could be maintained. Public work programs could be directed explicitly towards preventing the negative effects of droughts. For example, by working on the maintenance and the improvement of green infrastructure needed for mitigating droughts and floods, and for maintaining forests, riverine vegetation, as well as river basins and irrigation infrastructure, just to give a few examples. Ministries of Agriculture, Forestry, Water, Rural Development. And it could also include explicit investment into capacity development at local level, so that local and traditional authorities acquire a better understanding of the nexus between drought management and preparedness and natural resources, and can also integrate traditional local knowledge and the instruments of social protection for managing the nexus better. And in the end, this could also help to improve capacities for adaptation to the impacts of climate change at local level. And this includes droughts, temperature extremes, changing patterns of rainfall and floods. So I think the nexus is a learning space for those who design cash transfers and work programs, for those who design local development programs, and I think a fantastically interesting aspect of this learning space is to understand how public and private improvement goals need to be better combined and offer more opportunities for addressing complex problems which we are faced with in the 21st century. So enjoy your session, and I'm looking forward to the results. Thank you.
Great. That was a great video from Emma Schultz. Thank you very much. And then to introduce our next session is Christa Franke, who works at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, one of the main funders of the GLF in Bonn. She is the focal point, the new focal point for the UNCCD, aiming to combat desertification, land degradation, and drought.
Hello everybody, my name is Christa Franke. I am from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. I personally work in the Division Rural Development, Animal Husbandry and Land Rights. As such, I'm responsible for all topics and events which occurs in the field of land degradation. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to address you with a few sentences. So droughts occur worldwide, also here in Germany, as you know, where this virtual forum is hosted this year. However, developing countries are particularly affected. Drought is one of the most damaging hazards with serious impacts such as loss of life and livelihoods, and leads to devastating consequences on economy and ecosystems. It can also be a major factor in local conflicts and a driver for migration. Climate change is leading to more frequent and longer-lasting droughts, but it is not the only driver. Besides natural causes, droughts are man-made through deforestation, overgrazing, soil degradation, and water mismanagement. How we manage our natural resources is key. Healthy soils and landscapes are of utmost importance for drought preparedness. They store water and serve as a buffer in times of drought. At the same time, sustainable land management and soil protection do not only mitigate the effects of droughts, they are also suitable measures for drought prevention and increasing the resilience of people and ecosystems. Long years of experience have taught us that drought preparedness, just as landscape restoration and other pathways towards land degradation neutrality, are first and foremost questions of enabling environment and resource governance. Therefore, Germany supports partner countries in their efforts. Since 2015, we have considerably increased our efforts through the One World Without Hunger initiative. This special initiative involves, among others, multi-country programs on soil rehabilitation for food security, land governance, knowledge, and innovation in value chain development. In this way, we foster a proactive, forward-looking drought risk management approach and support our partner countries in enabling sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Christa Franke, for that great introduction. So now next we have Michael Bruntrup, who's going to return and give us and provide an overview of all the three linked topics in drought risk management, natural resource management, and social protection. Over to you, Michael.
In this concept note, I want to give you an overview about the three topical areas of the three connected sessions, which are drought, risk management, natural resource management, and social protection. You, as friends of GLF, Global Landscape Forum, you are certainly quite familiar with the concept of natural resource management and landscape approaches in particular. That may be less the case for the two other topical issues. And we think the charm of bringing them together is that first we can find new activities to improve the lives of rural people, rural poor in particular. The second advantage would be we find new alliances for our activities. And the third is we will also find new financial sources from other areas for our professional community. Vice versa, of course, that is also true for the other professional communities. In the end, it is more about bringing in synergies and coordinated activities. Since this submission, the sessions are hosted by a research organization, I start with a kind of definition, or rather I want to clearly make you clear what we are talking about before we are going into the sessions, the case studies and the detailed issues. I start with natural resource management. Since it is your field of expertise, I will be brief here. In the landscape, I would like to distinguish several main elements. The first one is natural parks and other highly protected areas which are usually not or very extensively used by people. Second, forests are in the hands of communities, local or national authorities and private sector actors. They can be used quite intensively sometimes, but of course they are also less intensively used forests. Livestock rearing on pastures and rangelands cover about 1/3 of the land on Earth. So that is a very important topic for our session. And also agriculture, which covers about 1/6 of the land surface. The last resource which I would like to introduce here is water, which interacts very strongly with land. I come to that in a second, back to that, to water. But first I want to highlight that in a landscape which is intensively used by people, if it is to be called healthy and if it has to be to provide all the ecological services that we appreciate and that we expect from it, we need land use planning. And of course we need implementation of these plans. Now I'm coming back to the water, which is very close to our next topical area, which is drought management. Drought management is conceptually quite different from natural resource management, since by definition it is a negative exception from a normal situation. It is temporal, it is a hazard which harms ecological services and the people living in it. We have a set of core activities in the drought risk management system which are typical and unique for disaster risk concepts in general. Three core systems: monitoring and early warning, vulnerability assessment and risk mitigation. Drought monitoring and early warning systems use a wide range of tools from satellite images to local knowledge to predict droughts. Often acting early can prevent many damages or reduce costs of intervention substantially. And there are also many activities which we call no regret, because even if the drought doesn't strike as predicted, they still are not a waste of money. The next sector of activities are vulnerability assessments, which inform how people are likely to be affected by droughts, what options they have and what they might need, and what governments, donors and civil society can do to help them. As to risk mitigation measures, we have a lot of them. And one important group is all the things which we have already named in the first session: natural resource management, or nature-based solutions as they are called in the climate negotiations. Irrigation is a particularly effective risk mitigation for agriculture, and I come back to that again. But these options, the nature-based solutions, will not be sufficient in many cases. First, because in degraded regions these nature-based solutions are still weak and it is very costly and takes a lot of time to restore them. And in addition, during a really strong and long-lasting drought, all of these solutions might be overstretched, and we need other solutions. And there are other options. If you ask yourself why in rich countries, even during a strong drought, we don't have problems of famine and hunger, then two major things is we have functioning agricultural markets, and we have higher and diversified incomes to purchase the food that is on the market. What also helps are insurance, savings and credit schemes. And if these are supported by governments in order to make them affordable for drought-affected people, for poor people, we enter the third area of our session trio, which is social protection. Social protection can mean providing subsidies for basic needs such as food, water, feed, or other items in case of drought. Public health services can help people to deal with the health-related consequences of drought. For example, helping because there are more waterborne diseases, or because due to undernutrition people are more vulnerable to other infectious diseases. In its purest form, social protection provides unconditional transfer to people. One particular area of public actions which combine all of the three topics are protective safety nets, where people, against food or cash, create assets and accumulate knowledge to improve nature-based solutions for drought resilience. These kind of safety nets are the key topic of our last session. Just to be complete, I add here also some typical other elements of social policies, and some of them can indeed be very helpful in case of droughts. For instance, minority protection or support for labor market policies. Linked to all these activities are institutions and actors. And I name on this slide here only from local level to international level a lot of them. This is an important aspect when searching allies for combined action. And some of these actors you will find also in our sessions, from individual activists, NGOs of specialized or integrated nature, local communities, specialized agencies, private sectors, ministries, up to international organizations such as the UNCCD. However, as mentioned, the three areas are not free of contradiction and tensions. And just to give you a few examples, forests can regulate water streams, but sometimes they evaporate more than is good, particularly for some planted forests. Or crops and varieties planted for drought resilience may produce less in normal times, and they may be even particularly vulnerable in wet conditions. Irrigation, we have mentioned that already, is protecting against shorter droughts, but it also takes away water for nature, and in mega drought, it must be reduced in order to spare water for consumption for people and livestock. Social protection schemes cost a lot of money, and some say if too much is provided in the wrong way, it may reduce the will for self-help. And of course, there is an everlasting political and often societal fight for resources, typically fought by sectoral ministries, which often also means distributional fines for between different strata of societies, different regions, or different visions and ideas about the future. So we do not say that the three areas are free of conflict and automatically constitute triple win situations. No, there are trade-offs and they must be carefully analyzed. But we say that in many instances, triple win situations can be created or fostered, or negative consequences avoided or reduced, if these areas are thought together, if they are planned together, and even better if they act together. For that, we need good coordination and contingency planning. The former is clear coordination. The latter means that initiatives which are planned for normal times should have triggers to switch into disaster modus. And that could mean quickly and smoothly transferring funds to other measures, to other target groups, to other regions, if need arises. We keep this schematic infographic during the entire sessions and indicate where we are focusing on, so that you always have a plan behind where you are in the discussions. And now enjoy the suite of sessions.
We We've long considered weather a force that lives by its own rules. The clouds gathering in the sky, the wind blowing from the hills, the rain falling on the land. We're all seen as the will of a god, the ways of the earth.
Great presentations and a lot of insight. Thank you for that. We were supposed to speak to Vanessa Nakate next, but I don't think she's signed in. So what we'll do is we'll take some questions from our audience, and maybe I'll throw it out to the floor, and anyone that feels like jumping in and answering, please feel free. So one of the first questions that we received from everyone watching this live session is, how can social entrepreneurs with innovative approaches and technical innovation work together with governments and NGOs? Anyone feel free to jump in and answer.
Yeah, maybe let me try. Social entrepreneurs. I think that is a very future-oriented area of work, because that goes a little bit away from, let's say, typical development cooperation towards private sector engagement. Private sector engagement may, for some of you, have a negative connotation, but entrepreneurs are longer-term oriented. So a social entrepreneur tries to combine profit-making long-term business with social targets. And indeed, I think in the landscape area, there are several businesses which you can think of. For example, you can sell the carbon in the forest or in the soil. For that, individual farmers cannot do it. You need an entrepreneur who regroups the carbon and sells the credits, for example, or inclusive value chains, where you try to integrate the poorest, which usually are not the very interesting for the private sector to regroup them, because they are difficult commercial partners. But a social entrepreneur, he could do that, and he could integrate, for example, normal farmers with very poor and smallholder farmers. And in addition, he could try to get additional fundings for motivating, training, and organizing all that from a development cooperation, again with the target of having long-term commercial basis for his business. So I think there are several interesting options out there.
Great, thank you. Let me stop my video again. Thank you, Michael, for that. We have another question, if anyone would like to jump in, where it's asking about how to manage or plan landscapes in drought-prone areas so that we can secure food, water to people, livestock, plants, and wildlife. How to manage or plan landscapes in drought-prone areas. Question from our audience.
Yeah, in dry areas, it's getting more difficult indeed, because the options are less. But still, for example, and I come back maybe to this idea of the social entrepreneurs, we have, for example, the typical activity there is pastoralism and livestock rearing. And that can be, first of all, it can be a very commercial oriented business, particularly if pastoralists get, let's say, more business oriented than they are already. Many are already selling on a very regular base their animals, but I think there is still room to professionalize that and make more out of the animals which are there. Secondly, again, even in a dry landscape, you have various species which you can, for example, sell with regards to their carbon value. For example, in many areas of Eastern and Southern Africa, you have encroachment bushes over millions of hectares. And these encroachment bushes you can convert into energy, either biofuels or electricity, and sell them. But that doesn't happen from itself. So again, you need kickstarting from development cooperation. But then if you integrate these ideas into business plans, I think you can make money out of it, and by that, at the same time, improve the ecological value of these encroached areas and improve the livelihoods. But I agree, In arid areas it is, and semi-arid areas it is more difficult. Particularly, for example, another area where we need coordinated action is we see now encroachment of irrigation systems into arid areas. And these irrigation schemes are on the one hand improving the resilience of local communities and farmers and pastoralists who have already started doing agriculture. On the other hand, very often they encroach on the best areas, the inundation areas, the valley bottoms, where usually pastoralists graze their animals during dry seasons. So again, we need this very coordinated approach to find the compromises and the best solutions which can accommodate everybody. So land use planning, very integrated with all the actors in the area, not only with pastoralists, not only with agriculture, is really a key to find the right combinations of solutions which are needed in this case.
Great. So I guess while I still have you on then, there's one more question, along the lines of drought. So like, what are the types of drought resistant crops that a farmer can cultivate during drought? One of the other questions.
There are several areas. It depends, of course, on the agroecological region. I mean, in a drought, by definition, is a deviation from the normal. So even in a rainforest, you can have a drought period. And of course, then the crops that you grow in these areas, which means, for example, that you drop from 2,000 millimeters of rainfall to 1,000, that is different than from an arid area where you drop from 300 millimeters to 200. For the arid areas, I would say very much is now discussed to replace maize, which is prone to, which is sensitive to dry spells, to substitute it with the traditional crops, sorghum and millet, for example. We have here an additional, of course, a problem. What is grown in a drought does not necessarily have a good market or is appreciated by the people for eating. So there have to be compromises, and we have also to see that if you do not, when you grow your crop, you do not know in advance whether the drought will strike or not. So if a wet period is coming, then, for example, you may fail with your drought-resistant crop. So very often it will be a combination of several crops. So a diversification of varieties. For one crop, you have different varieties with different drought resiliences, or you will have a mixture of crops. For example, also very good in many areas is manioc, which is very tolerant to different seasons and can be stored in the ground. So it is at the same time a reserve during difficult periods, and you don't have to harvest it. You just let it for some months in the ground before you harvest. So there are many options, but again, be reminded, you really need to look at the local agroecological space, but also the marketing and consumption conditions to really determine which is the best solutions in a given area.
Great. Thank you for that. I think that those are the questions that we have from the audience at the moment. So I think now it's to introduce Patrick's a film. We'll be taking a short break soon. And so I'd like to introduce, I think I'm correct. Yes, to introduce a film by Patrick Augenstein, senior researcher and filmmaker from the University of Bonn. And it's a visual short introduction to the drought topic out of a larger documentary on drought, the end of famine.
We've long considered weather a force that lives by its own rules. The clouds gathering in the sky, the wind blowing from the hills, the rain falling on the land. We're all seen as the will of a god, the ways of the earth. But as the glaciers melt and we see lakes run dry, as deserts are creeping ahead, it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish what is caused by nature and what are we causing ourselves.
Sidai na ba ngo mera mera na mali sidai ba ora lari na sidai ora lamme na sidai. Ara sidai na ba na nagara me jiru na arara.
خازقين خاليكو لا تشطه لا تبلعه محدر انتفاس لا تغيره بقى هم تادر خاب بتخسيان دروكم با هم يعني راك شعزا غزازيا.
Over the past 100 years, the increase in human population has been 3 times greater than during the entire prior history of mankind. More natural resources have been extracted from the earth and more land converted for cities, agriculture and industry than ever before. On this warming planet, droughts seem to have changed their nature as well, increasing in duration, frequency and severity.
There were people in our area, a friend of mine, he didn't make it through the drought. He took his own life. The psychological effects were too much for him.
The people that can afford to use and abuse water are generally the rich.
We really have to think different in terms of how we manage our water.
Our planet will suffer a global crisis, the most devastating one humankind has ever faced.
Spain has been hit twice by extreme weather, a heat wave and the worst drought in decades.
Acute water shortages are worsening problems.
We are in desperate need for rain, and with parts of our state now under emergency declarations.
Under armed guard, this is the main source of drinking water for thousands of people in Madhya Pradesh.
Leaving ships marooned in this newly created desert.
Environmental experts say weather is a small part of the problem. They blame years of government mismanagement for the man-made water crisis.
How can we actively engage with the causes and adversities of droughts on a planet more radically altered by humans than ever before? From the highest mountains, across savannas, lowlands and cities, all the way to the coast, we will journey along with researchers, nomads and farmers to better understand what's causing droughts in the Anthropocene and how to confront the risks and challenges they bring.
Good day. My name is Evaristo Mapedza, and I'm presenting on a co-edited book entitled Drought Challenges, Policy Options for Developing Countries. And my co-editors are Daniel, Michael, and Robert. I've organized this presentation to start off with a brief introduction, and then I'll look into the book thematic areas before concluding.
Thank you for that great video, which I found really powerful, especially because it touches even here in Kenya and the droughts that we're facing at the moment. Thank you, Patrick, for that. So our next session, our next introduction is Evaristo Mapedza, who you just heard from, who's doing a book presentation on the drought challenges and policy options for developing countries. Evaristo is a sociologist and senior research at the International Water Resources Institute in Ghana, who provides key messages of a book recently published on drought risk management for poor countries. Thank you.
My co-editors are Daniel, Michael, and Robert. I've organized this. Good day. My name is Evaristo Mapedza, and I'm presenting on a co-edited book entitled Drought Challenges, Policy Options for Developing Countries. And my co-editors are Daniel, Michael, and Robert. I've organized this presentation to start off with a brief introduction, and then I'll look into the book thematic areas before concluding. Now, to start off this presentation, let me give you a little bit of the motivation for this particular edited book. The first point for us was that a drought is a major challenge in developing countries, and we thought that we needed to contribute to such debate and discussion and also identify gaps in knowledge. We also felt that it is important for us to share experiences across the different countries and also even drawing upon developed countries to see on how that could inform, where applicable, drought solutions in developing countries. We also wanted to highlight blind spots of solutions, which is what we are calling a suite of options, where we are looking at the bundle of solutions that have been developed in other contexts and how maybe different countries could appropriate or use certain aspects of these solutions which are applicable and suitable in their context. We also wanted to understand the policy implications based on our understanding of drought, and we wanted to connect this with the Sendai framework, which highlights the fact that prevention is better than cure, and we hope that through this volume we would also be able to shift discussions from disaster response to drought preparedness. Now moving on to the first theme from the book. The first theme that we have is the determinants of drought impacts and adaptation opportunities. And one of the observations was that the impacts of drought, they vary across different countries, and not just across countries. Sometimes within the same country, there's a lot of variation. And we felt that there's also a need to understand that adaptation opportunities vary within countries and even at regional level as well. We also looked at climate change, and both natural and man-made, and we also looked at climate variation, which is much more short-term and has a lot of impact on the farmers in the different contexts. We also looked at the El Nino response within the Southern Africa Development Community, and we also felt one area that we looked at was on how we should understand gender, the impact of drought on gender, but also on how our solutions are also gendered, and how do we address gender in that. And we also looked at indigenous knowledge systems or the local knowledge systems in terms of their understanding of drought. The next thematic area that we looked at was the early warning and monitoring systems, and for this we looked at the early detection, drought early warning systems and ongoing monitoring. We looked at the decision support system for drought early warning systems, which is proposed by UN SPIDER. We also looked at the geographical information system and remote sensing tools and methods which are evolving and getting better, and how they can give us a better understanding of drought in the context of developing countries. We also looked at the issue of capacity gap within the developing countries. If we have all these tools, we have capacity to understand and better utilize these evolving tools. And we then also thought we'd also need to look at linking the technology within the social context, or socializing the technology within the context that we are working on. And on early warning and monitoring systems, I'll only highlight on this particular slide the last point, which is on integrated drought index, and how that would help us inform our understanding of drought. The next aspect that we looked at are the mechanisms for building resilience, and for these I will highlight maybe the weather index, crop and livestock insurance schemes. Also highlight climate smart agriculture, and in the book we also focus a lot on the drought tolerant maize, and but there are also other varieties of crops that are climate smart solutions that we need to address as one of the mechanisms for building resilience. We also looked at other mechanisms such as social protection schemes. We also looked at gender-specific solutions, and we also looked at the need to link indigenous and local knowledge systems with what we often call the scientific knowledge systems. So these two sciences need to speak to each other, and these two knowledge systems need to engage each other in order for us to come with a solution for drought within the developing country. For policy options and lessons learned, one of the points that we highlight is that evidence on drought calls for preparedness as an important aspect. And needless to say that the key point that we got is that prevention and prevention and prevention, just highlighting the importance of acting early. We also highlight that drought policies need to be developed and implemented based on evidence. And there's also a need for an inclusive approach towards all sectors and encompassing gender as well. And we also need to make linkages with migration, with conflicts, with climate change, and with social protection. What are some of the information gaps and future needs? We felt that for drought early warning system, we need final resolution on data so that the information could be more localized. We also need to have to make a case for early response for policymakers. We also need to have drought policies and legislation in place. We also need the understanding of differential impact of drought, whether it's on gender, on crop types, and the livestock types as well. We also need viable and locally tailored drought insurance schemes. That's one of the key areas. Why do people want to take on insurance, and what are the mechanisms to ensure that their needs are incorporated in the insurance schemes? And we need gender disaggregated drought data. In terms of the way forward, we highlight the need for a suite of drought solutions, with not just one solution for all the contexts. We also need to understand technology and social, political, and institutional context, which we think is central. We need to look from global, regional, national, and the local action as well. And we believe that this particular edited book speaks to the intersection of drought risk management, landscape management, and social protection, which is the key aspect for this particular event. And I'll conclude by thanking you all and hoping that we get input and discussions as we continue with these discussions and other presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evaristo. Appreciate that insight into the book on drought risk management. And now we just actually have one question from the audience, which we can take so that we don't go over time. And actually, Evaristo, I know you're signed in, so if you would like to answer this, that'll be great. So the question from our audience is, how are women especially affected by drought, and what can be done?
Thank you very much, Natasha. Women are actually affected more by drought. I think when Michael was making his introduction, he mentioned the need for people to use assets in order to cope with droughts. And what we see is that if women have fewer or limited assets, already they are starting from a disadvantaged position. You also need to have an understanding of the different types of solutions that you need to address your particular circumstance. In a number of cases we looked at in Africa, for instance, even ownership of land, which is one of the means of production, is limited for women. So there are so many disadvantages that women face. And even in terms of levels of education, we see that they are less educated. So even understanding some of the solutions, such as social protection and insurance schemes, this is almost works against women. So we feel that, as we highlight in the book, that there are so many ways that we can address gender issues, and we are only beginning to address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Evaristo, pardon me. Thank you for that insight. I wish we could discuss more, but we have like a schedule to follow. But thank you for your insight. I'm sure the audience will appreciate that. Okay, so for our next presentation, we have Antje Heckelchen and Waltraud Ederer, who work for the German Internal Cooperation Agency, GIZ, in the special program on desertification. So their presentation shows how Germany supports many aspects of drought risk management all over the world, assembled in a very recent stock-taking exercise.
Hello, my name is Waltraud Ederer. I'm working for the German Development Cooperation Agency, GIZ, in a project on soil rehabilitation, desertification and sustainable land management, implemented on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. The aim of our work is to show the consequences of desertification and degradation and to foster sustainable land management at national and international level. Today, it is my pleasure to present you some of the examples from ongoing development cooperation projects on the topic of drought risk management.
Our planet will suffer a global crisis, the most devastating one humankind has ever faced.
Spain has been hit twice by extreme weather.
We all know these pictures from the news. In the last year alone, more than 25 countries have declared a national emergency as a consequence of
Looks like we have some technical difficulties. Please bear with us a little bit until we get the video back on.
Our planet will suffer a global crisis, the most devastating one humankind has ever faced.
Spain has been hit twice by extreme weather.
We all know these pictures from the news. In the last year alone, more than 25 countries have declared a national emergency as a consequence of drought. Yet, we do not know how many more crises actually took place, undeclared and unseen by the international press. As our world is warming up, we are facing longer-lasting and more severe droughts. Our human impact on nature and ecosystems through deforestation, overgrazing and other forms of land degradation plays a decisive role. According to World Bank, Africa is the most severely affected continent, with almost 50% of all drought occurrence. More than 80% of recorded drought damages are hitting in the agricultural sector. They threaten food security and can exacerbate existing conflicts, especially where water is scarce. People that are directly dependent on natural resources for their livelihoods are particularly affected. If you make your living directly off the land, how can you survive when the rains fail and you have no savings? While droughts are increasingly threatening lives and livelihoods, institutionally, there is no sector explicitly responsible for drought issues. Thus, it falls easily through the cracks. A recent survey of ongoing projects of German development cooperation showed that while many projects do not have an explicit drought focus, drought is relevant to many projects from 2 points of view. First, because it poses a risk to project success in drought-prone areas, and second, because the work of many projects, although targeting different topics and sectors, contributes to increased drought resilience. Different tools and approaches that are part of a comprehensive drought risk management cycle are applied in different contexts, from early warning and risk assessments to mitigation and response measures. Now we would like to present 2 examples from partner countries of German development cooperation. The first one with Voices from Zambia, which is representative for the realities in many other countries across sub-Saharan Africa.
mapenza menda kwali kapati kumani na mwaga nanga menda ayabujea kambuka mapenza alibo wa menda tu widambeu tuinda mazuba buyo obiro kambuka mika kujea kwa menda.
When you are in your own cocoon, you might think there's plenty of water, when in actual fact, when you consider all these competing uses and needs for water, there is not enough water to go around. In Zambia, if you look at the country, we have places that have plenty of water and others do not have enough water. So that calls for the management, both of the land, the people, the economy, and everything. We have come up with a game that we usually play with the local communities, or they play amongst themselves. Given a particular resource or an amount of water, how would they share amongst themselves? And it's quite very interesting to see how the people, think in terms of sharing the resource.
Resource monitoring and risk assessments are of particular importance in proactive drought risk management, for raising awareness amongst affected parties and in order to develop mechanisms for fair distribution. Coupled with early warning, these are the first crucial components of a comprehensive drought risk management. Another project from northern Kenya helps us to further understand the other half of the cycle, namely risk mitigation and recovery. Kenya's agricultural sector is characterized by small-scale farming that mainly produces to meet the requirements of the farmer's own individual households. As a result of rapid population growth, the impact of climate change and land and water shortages, natural resources are being overexploited and the country's agricultural and food industries are facing major challenges. By strengthening local governance structures and clarifying responsibilities, this project supports the implementation of water conservation measures, efficient irrigation schemes, and drought-sensitive crop diversification. The project also fosters gender-sensitive interventions to further improve local food security. By strengthening local governance structures, the project aims to enable a fast and efficient delivery of drought response activities in case of emergency. These examples, as well as the overall survey results, clearly demonstrate that a holistic approach is needed to tackle the multi-causal origins of droughts and to strengthen the resilience of people in drought-prone areas. The conducted research also clearly shows the relevance of migration, be it temporal or permanent, be it internal or international, for projects operating in drought-prone areas, with more than 2/3 of the survey results referring to this topic, and the often fragile interconnectivity between various affected sectors. With focus on food security, much homework will need to be done in order to strengthen cross-sectoral coordination. The implementation of drought risk management measures does not prevent droughts, but it reduces drought risk and prevents droughts from turning into disasters. Healthy soils are key. They store water and serve as a buffer in times of drought. Sustainable land management and soil protection not only reduce the impacts of droughts, they are also suitable measures for drought management and increase the resilience of people and ecosystems. Practical experience from the ground is a crucial stepping stone on the way forward.
Thank you for inviting me.
Hey, thank you for that very powerful video. Impacts me too because I'm here in Kenya where, you know, I guess we are facing all these droughts at the moment and flooding and crazy climate crisis. Before I present the next video, I just wanted to ask our audience to please, you know, send in your questions, interact with us, you know, tell us where you're signing in from. It'd be great to just get, you know, a feel of who's out there and who's watching and, you know, any questions you have, because we have a great panel of experts that, you know, can answer anything that's on your mind in terms of this subject. So I will introduce the next video, which is by Christina Kasker, who also works for the German Internal Cooperation Agency, GIZ. She holds a master's degrees in environmental economics and management and is currently based in Burkina Faso, where she supports the project Soil Protection and Rehabilitation of Degraded Soils in conjunction with the strengthening of local land authorities in Burkina Faso as advisor for monitoring and evaluation. So this project is presented by the local partners and she's ready to respond to questions after. Thanks again.
Thank you for inviting me, providing an introduction on the UNCCD and the Drought Toolbox. My name is Jeroen van Dalen. I work at the UNCCD Secretariat, which is based in Bonn, Germany. I work in knowledge management and I will be talking today about the UNCCD work on drought and specifically the work on the Drought Toolbox. So the UNCCD is the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, which is one of the so-called Rio Conventions, which was conceived at the Earth Summit in 1992. The convention was adopted on June 17, 1994 and entered into force 90 days later. 17th of June is World Day to Combat Desertification, which this year will be the International Desertification and Drought Day. The objective of the convention is to combat desertification at all levels in partnership. And we have 196 countries and the European Union as member states that have signed the convention. 17th of June, as I said, was the establishment of the UNCCD, which is every year Desertification and Drought Day. This year the theme of Desertification and Drought Day is Food, Feed, Fiber. It's hosted by Korean Forest Service with a full day program that you can join online. And the focus is on food, feed, fiber, highlighting the links between consumption and land. So it's next week, June 17th, and you can join online if you go to our website. If you look at the convention has a number of institutional mechanisms that are aimed on implementing the convention. Those are the action programs, which are countries' plans on how they actually implement the convention, the conference of parties, and then there's two committees, Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention and the Committee of Science and Technology, and the global mechanism, which is aimed at mobilizing financial resources for implementing the convention. Just one committee that I just wanted to focus on here was also is the Committee of Science and Technology. They provide advice and make recommendations to the COP, which is open to all participants. And they also, at the 11th session of the Conference of the Parties, established the Science Policy Interface. The goal of the Science Policy Interface is to facilitate a two-way science policy dialogue. Consists of a changing number of scientists that always works for a period of 2 years on producing a number of reports on issues that the Committee of Science and Technology has decided needs more scientific research. Last year, one of the reports that they wrote was focusing on land management and drought mitigation, where they introduced the concept of drought-smart land practices. So if you come back to the work of the convention, look at the impacts of land degradation. Why do we care about this issue? If you look at the world right now, there is about 500 million hectares of degraded lands and abandoned agricultural lands, and more than 12 million hectares of arable lands that get lost annually. So we have to secure the land because we have to make sure that we secure enough land to feed a growing world population and to look at the services that the land actually provides. We look at the impact of land degradation, as we see on the screen here. The impact of land degradation is droughts, carbon storage, and mostly also that we look at affected people, increase in poverty, hunger, forced migration, conflicts, etc. So one of the initiatives that I was asked to talk about is specifically the Drought Initiative, although my colleague Daniel Tsegai will be talking more about that in a presentation in this session. The Drought Initiative was started at COP13, which was about 2.5 years ago, and focuses on national drought preparedness plans, regional efforts to reduce drought vulnerability risks, and developing a drought toolbox, which is aimed at boosting the resilience of people and ecosystems to drought. There are 3 pillars that support this work. One is monitoring and early warning systems, vulnerability and risk assessment, and risk mitigation measures. But most importantly, when we look at countries developing drought plans and planning for drought, is that we want to encourage countries to go from a reactive approach to drought, where they respond when a drought happens, to a proactive response. That is also where drought links to land management and where sustainable land management plays an important role, which needs to be done before the drought occurs. So one of the things that the UNCCD did, as requested by parties, was to develop a drought toolbox. The drought toolbox is what brings together tools from various different partners that are available around the world. We developed this with the partners that you see at the bottom here, which is the World Meteorological Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, the Global Water Partnership, the Joint Research Center of the European Union, the National Drought Mitigation Center of the University of Nebraska, and UN Environment DHI Institute. But most important to see here is that the partnerships is key, because all of these organizations offer different parts, and what we do in the Drought Toolbox is to bring them together to enable countries to develop proactive drought plans using the various tools that are offered by the various partners. So look at the 3 pillars. So the same 3 pillars that I mentioned before, which is based on the Drought Resilience, Adaptations and Management Policy Framework, which is the basis for how all the different tools that are offered are structured within the Drought Toolbox. We look at Pillar 1, focus on monitoring and early warning systems. We provide access to a lot of different databases that can be used by countries to develop their own monitoring and early warning systems. There's not one monitoring and early warning system. There's many different tools that countries can use, and actually implementing a good early warning system is something that needs to be done on the local or regional level. So what we offer in the Drought Toolbox are tools offered by WMO, but most importantly also by UNEP DHI. When I introduced the Drought Toolbox as sort of like a Lego block set of tools that are available, the UNEP DHI tool is like a little Lego starter kit for developing your own drought monitoring system. It's really easy to use, but if you really want to develop it into an early warning system, you need to start adding other tools that are relevant to your own local situation. You go to Pillar 2, drought risk assessment. So again, this is a part of the toolbox where we offer different tools that are offered by other organizations. The main thing here is the global drought risk assessment that was developed by the Joint Research Center of the European Union, which is a visual global drought risk assessment. Again, this is a global assessment, so if you want to do a real drought risk assessment in your own situation, in your own country, you would need to look at the local circumstances there as well. But the main reason to show it here and to have it here as part of the toolbox is to emphasize that when you think about calculating drought risk, it's doing a calculation including vulnerability, hazard and exposure. So drought risk is not like what's the chance that there will be a drought, because we know that there will be droughts, but what will the actual impact be? So what are the areas where droughts will impact people the most? Then go to pillar 3, because when we look at the whole setup, it's one thing to have a drought early warning system, where somebody sets up a beautiful system that then provides a warning with a red light that starts flashing saying there's a drought coming. But what if there's a drought coming? What do you do? So in pillar 3 we focus on mitigation measures, which is part of the measures that countries need to take before the drought happens, but also measures that countries can actually use to deal with the drought, to at least manage it in a way that the impacts are not as severe. So risk mitigation also includes sustainable land management. There's an important part of the work of the UNCCD, but there's also a lot of knowledge that we already have as part of the UNCCD knowledge hub, where the drought toolbox is also integrated, which focuses on the tools, for example, offered by various partners, including WellCut, but also FAO, on sustainable land management measures. So if you go to the drought toolbox, all these different Lego blocks that are actually in there are sorted and structured in a way that makes it easy for you to find the right tools. There's not one tool that we can recommend in any situation. It always depends on your local situation, but we do provide guidance by just asking questions. The tools are classified in different ways in which we hope it's easier for people who are working on developing local drought plans to actually find the tools that they need. So that's the drought toolbox. If you go to the home page of the drought toolbox, you can also see which countries have actually already been working on implementing their national drought plans. If you click on drought planning there, you will find the national drought plans that have been submitted by countries that have already developed one. They're published here to serve as examples, so countries can actually learn from each other and just see what does it actually mean to develop your national drought plan in using all the different tools that are available. So just to round this up, before we leave after this, we'll have a Q&A session with my colleagues of the UNCCD. Drought is an important issue in many countries. Countries need to be prepared, and countries can help and assist each other in getting prepared and being prepared. With the drought toolbox, but in general with the work that we do as the UNCCD Secretariat, we try to help countries to actually help each other in a way as well to deal with this important issue. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So I'm sure some of you noticed that we kind of mixed up the videos there. So that was Jaron Van Dalen from UNCCD talking about his video on combating desertification. So the next video, which was the one supposed to be before, is based from Christina Kaska, working for the German Internal Cooperation Agency, GIZ, basically focusing on Burkina Faso. And I'd like to also tell the audience, remind them that, after this, the videos will be put on the GLF channel. So you'll be able to refer to them later, because there is a lot of information that I'm sure you want to revert back to. So thank you, and pardon our mix-up. But now we have the video from Christina Kaska. And after this, we'll have a Q&A session with the panel. Thank you.
To the naked soil.
Le Burkina Faso connaît une dégradation continue des sols due à l'érosion éolienne et hydrique, à l'épuisement des nutriments et à l'acidification qui est favorisée par la déforestation et une utilisation agricole inappropriée et intensifiée par le changement climatique. En raison de nombreuses années d'utilisation inappropriée des terres, une superficie de 1500 à 4600 km² s'ajoute chaque année à la surface agricole utilisable fortement dégradée, environ 92 345 km², soit 34%. L'approvisionnement en denrées alimentaires n'est pas suffisamment garanti. Les sécheresses, les inondations, les vagues de chaleur extrêmes et les tempêtes de sable, ainsi que la désertification font partie des effets du changement climatique que l'on peut déjà observer. Ils ont un impact négatif sur les revenus et la production alimentaire. Le nombre de périodes extrêmement sèches et pluvieuses et donc le risque d'érosion devrait encore augmenter, tandis que moins d'eau s'infiltrera dans le sol et sera disponible pour les plantes. L'approvisionnement alimentaire est particulièrement difficile dans les mois précédant la récolte, de sorte que le droit à l'alimentation n'est pas pleinement garanti. Le ProSol BF est un projet de protection, de réhabilitation des sols et de renforcement des capacités des instances locales foncières. Il s'insère dans l'initiative spéciale Un seul monde sans fin du ministère fédéral allemand de la coopération économique et du développement BMZ. Il est mis en œuvre dans la région des Hauts-Bassins au Burkina Faso, dans l'ouest du pays. Le projet est constitué de 4 champs d'action interdépendants. Intégration de la protection et de la réhabilitation des sols dans la gestion agricole et la planification communale. Renforcement des instances locales du droit foncier. Ancrage politique et institutionnel. Et le transfert de connaissances des expériences d'apprentissage des innovations. Le projet développe des ensembles de mesures adaptées au niveau local pour la PRS, protection et réhabilitation de sols, en collaboration avec les partenaires du ministère de l'Agriculture et des Aménagements hydrauliques et ses services techniques déconcentrés, les ONG et les institutions de recherche, les instances locales de droit foncier, y compris les groupes cibles agriculteurs.
Depuis qu'on a Lani bara santo no kona benani wala parce que déjà gisira nous dobe datura kata lani bara ya ni sanduru ke gisira nous kona kiama benana datu.
Ces mesures anti-érosives sont de nature physique associées aux mesures biologiques, agroforesterie, techniques de gestion de la fertilité, protection contre l'érosion physique. Avantage, le sol fertile n'est pas emporté par l'eau. En même temps, la nappe phréatique est enrichie, donc plus d'eau est disponible pour la croissance des plantes et peut donc traverser les périodes de sécheresse. En collaboration avec les autorités locales, communales, les terres sont aménagées sur une base interagricole. Les petits agriculteurs sont directement impliqués dans l'aménagement des terres. Cette collaboration étroite et des échanges actifs avec les acteurs locaux ont également permis d'innover dans la région qui est actuellement en révision. Grâce à une utilisation efficace des ressources naturelles, un cordon pierreux modifié avec 5 pierres était construit à la place d'une diguette filtrant. L'ouvrage a une fonctionnalité prometteuse avec une utilisation moindre des ressources.
Je suis Madame Somé Justine. Je travaille au compte de ProSol depuis le mois d'octobre 2018. Cette idée d'innovation est née du fait que on devait adapter une digue sur une certaine hauteur avec des techniques de construction différentes. Donc la technique de cordon 5 pierres nous a permis d'avoir les techniques requises pour le fonctionnement d'une digue et également avec la hauteur requise. Mais à la fin, nous avons constaté que cet ouvrage de cordon 5 pierres est plus efficace et plus économique en termes d'utilisation des pierres et également en termes d'économie de temps.
Avec les mesures CES, une superficie de 6700 hectares a été protégée et réhabilitée dans la zone d'intervention. Avec des mesures supplémentaires pour l'amélioration de la fertilité des sols, les petits exploitants ont pu augmenter le rendement de leur culture. Contribution du projet à la stratégie nationale SNR-CRS et à l'adaptation au changement climatique au Burkina.
Great. Thank you all for providing all those great videos and insight into this issue that we're facing all over the world, especially here in Africa. So with Jaron, we've got a few questions from the audience, which I'll pose to you, and you can answer them. So the first one is there a text that illustrates across various socio-economic and ecological landscapes the ways in which farmers can improve their resiliency to drought through landscaping and diversification.
Thank you, Natasha. But just to start with the introduction, because we have a panel with my colleagues here, and I just want to give them all a really brief opportunity to just introduce themselves.
Please,
I have three colleagues who can all talk to different questions that we received. So before we get back to the questions, I'd like to ask my colleague Daniel Tsegai to just briefly show himself and tell the audience who he is. Daniel, are you there?
Good afternoon. This is Daniel Tsegai. I'm a program officer at the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I'm working on drought and water scarcity issues, and happy to be here and also answer some of the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Jeroen.
Okay. Second colleague, Jamal, are you there on the screen? I think you're muted.
Sorry, yes. Do you hear me well now?
Yes.
Yes, Jamal Anaklicheva, UNCCD. I'm working as the regional liaison officer responsible for Central and Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So I'm helping my colleagues in UNCCD Secretariat to translate the decisions and to apply the tools which Convention develops at the regional level. So I will be also happy to participate in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, welcome. My third colleague, Gia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jia, Jia Xiaoxia. It's Chinese. Jia is my surname. So I'm working in the UNCCD, particularly for science issues, supporting the science policy interface. That is the expert panel provide scientific support to the CST, the Committee of Science and Technology. The major function of this committee is to give scientific evidence on the hot topic requested by the parties, and also provide policy options and technical guidance. Drought is one of the focal area since 2016 to 2017, we start working on drought. In 2019, we produced the technical report on land and drought nexus. We hope the scientific research result can give much more support for decision makings and implementation at each level, multiple levels, local, national, and regional. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we've been receiving questions, and I've been getting questions in through different channels. But there's questions on the website that we can see here. But if you just sort of look at the various questions that came, I thought I could start with a question directing to my colleague Daniel. What are the most effective, innovative, practical methods to assess drought vulnerability? Daniel, to you.
Thank you, Jeroen. This is a very important question, and I think it has been already covered by many of the presentations that when it comes to drought preparedness, there are three key pillars that we have been discussing so far, and I think this is already now consistent among many of the organizations and academic dealing with drought. One is early warning and monitoring systems. The first aspect of it is predicting and forecasting when and how severe drought will be. The other thing is also risk information, analysis, and then disseminating the information. This is one pillar. The second pillar is the drought vulnerability that you are asking. And then the other one is risk mitigation measures. So drought vulnerability is one of the key pillars. And I think this is very, very important in order to prepare for drought. Vulnerability mapping, we call it. Vulnerability mapping, we call it. So what it means is that we need to find ways on who is going to be affected and why. Populations, regions, and ecosystems. So the approach should be more into the vulnerability mapping method should cover the social factors, percentage of rural population, for example, because they are going to be more dependent on agriculture, rain-fed subsistence agriculture, percentage of the refugee population who are going to be affected directly when drought strikes, life expectancy, access to improved water resources, for example, and the literacy rate. Because when it comes to vulnerabilities, there are two main dimensions. One in coping capacity, the other one is sensitivity. Sensitivity means how dependent are you on rain-fed agriculture, for example, or water-intensive economic activities. So there are three factors: social factor, I have been explaining it already, and economic factors. Percentage of agriculture to the GDP of the country, if you are talking about a household level, how much dependent they are into agriculture, that's what its sensitivity is all about. And then also the poverty, it means their income. And there is also some macro level factors that we have to consider, infrastructural factors like agricultural irrigable land, how the percentage of it, and what percentage of the water is also retained, renewable water, and also access to market. So all this contribute to your sensitivity and adaptive capacity to vulnerability. And the Joint Research Center for the European Union has a very standard way on how to address this vulnerability. And we are working with many countries now in order to prepare them better. They need to have a good map on who is going to be affected, why, some kind of a vulnerability mapping. That is one key pillar for drought preparedness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. Looking at questions, I see questions specifically related to like work for local farmers, how they are. You see about local landscape restoration. But maybe to sort of summarize this and fit it in with the work of the UNCCD, maybe I'll offer to my colleague Jamal. With the questions, I would say, how does the UNCCD work with partners and national governments to actually reach out to farmers? So how does the work that the UNCCD does at the international level relate to work on the ground? Jamal.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. And I think this is an important element because we heard many interesting presentations, theories, and concepts, but how this everything could be applied, translated, and applied at the country level, of course, is important. And we, as UNCCD, although we're intergovernmental, which means that our main and the first client is a national government, we still look for and we rely for a broad circle of the regional and the national stakeholders with whom we can work and also reach out to the local level. Well, first of all, of course, as UNCCD, we have a very seen presence in the region. So, and that is another reason why we need to rely and build a strong regional partnership. And of course, those regional partnership, it can go varies across different technical donor institutions. I know that GIZ has been a great supporter to the implementation of UNCCD on the ground level. I know it from my own experience in Central Asia, which has been supporting the region for decades in implementation of the convention. So we also work quite intensively with the NGOs, with the civil society organizations. So another important information about the convention, of course, the convention is not implementing agency per se. So we don't operate the projects, we don't implement the projects. But what we do, we support countries in formulating and applying the policies, concept of the decisions of the UNCCD. So this is just to say that we have few examples where we check the applicability of UNCCD decisions. And that's where we rely on the local civil society organizations. And that's where we have an interesting experience through bilateral donors also, which support UNCCD implementation. And this experience comes from all over the world, different regions. I can name you only just few, which come from my region. For example, the peatland rehabilitation in Belarus, which is a northern country, which would be not typically described as an arid country, but has been suffering from the drought for the last few years. Drought, decrease of the water table, drying of the peatlands, which of course increasing the risk of the forest fires. So in this country, we're working successfully with the local NGOs, which are implementing the technical activities to improve and to re-wet the dried peatlands. So therefore improving the wildlife, improving the social security of the people who are living in adjacent area and also affected by the increasing forest fires. Or we're also supporting Armenia with the agroforestry, with the small agroforestry projects. And all of those activities are also proving the concept of land degradation neutrality, because all that is, the measures are targeted, rooted in the national voluntary target on achieving land degradation neutrality in the region. So this is just to say that, of course, UNCCD directly do not operate as such with the farmers, but we always rely on our good partners in the region and in the countries. So I would be happy to answer further questions if any.
Thank you, Jamal. I don't know if there's other questions specifically coming in, but I think also just looking at questions that were out there posted earlier as well. I thought it would also be nice to have the third question for my colleague Gia, who can maybe bring in also a little bit more of the scientific perspective from the work of the UNCCD, which is a question would summarize as the ways in which farmers can improve their resilience to drought through landscaping and diversification. Gia.
Yes. I have to say that is a good question. You know, my colleague said that this is mainly relevant to science technology, but we all remembered one statement that no technologies can give, or the technology only cannot give the solution for sustainable development. So for farmers, if they would like to improve the resilience of their land, or their land they as the land to support food production, and the land their community based to get ecosystem, if they would like to improve the resilience both for production and also for the ecosystem services, they need firstly understanding. The farmers should have the knowledge about how they can improve. And to improve the farmers' knowledge, we need the science communities to transfer the research result to applicable technologies applicable to the farming's practice. And then that is improve the capacity of farmers. That is learn what is the current issues and gaps, what will be improved by adopting new or additional methods. And then that is the capital to do the best practice to manage the land to be more tolerant to drought. We may need additional investment. Where this kind of money come from? That might come from the farmer himself, or from the government subsidies, or from the private sector's partnership. So that is the third one. The final one is incentives. farmers do something in that land, for example, in US in 1930s, we all know that to establish agroforestry will increase the resilience of dry land in front of drought. But create or establish agroforest need additional money. And then what will be their incentive to do that? We may need additional training and additional scientific support to them. Let them know that with this safety net provided by agroforest, their land productivity will be stable or even increase in those drought-affected time or seasons. So that is the 4 elements we can enable farmers to make a right practice in right place. That is from one angle. Another angle, there is no single solution for all the areas. In different areas may facing different drought effect. In the extreme dry area is different from those area in humid area. Drought have different result or impacts to those areas. The farmers in different regions, the practice is also different. So we need to provide some regional-based technology or technical guideline for farmers to guide them. The third one is that with the farmer make a management of land, they need to learn what will be happened for the climate, for the weathers, and that need the meteorological centers or meteorological department. They can channel the timely information to farmers, let them to make their plan, long-term plan and short-term plan, how they can adapt it to, how they can adapt to the change of the climate or the change of the patterns of drought. So the third one is the integrated land and water management. We know the farming involved in selection of species, using water for irrigation, and also the practice to allow them to harvest rainwater to improve the water efficiency. So from these 3 technical aspects, we may find that we need to learn also what is the drought-tolerant species for plant, for crops, and for the animal breeds. All this information should be available and also accessible by farmers, and then they can make their choice. And then that water is irrigation. What kind of irrigation system? They also determines what the capacity of farmers in mitigating drought risk. In summary, drought mitigation or resilience improvement, they need both technical methods and policy measures. Besides the technical things, we may get another side, insurance. If drought happens, what can compensate the cost of the farmers? That is the establish insurance for drought, for natural disasters. So it's a technical policy in the public and private sectors cooperation. So it's not only the technical solutions, but it's integrated and the joint efforts from government, farmers, partnership by public, private. Yeah, that's the things I would like to highlight. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gia. And yes, I mean, I'm getting questions in, and suddenly there are apparently a lot of new questions coming in, and I understand that we still have a few minutes left for this panel, but not that much. So maybe one more question that we can do that my colleague Daniel can talk to, which is a bit of a follow-up on the question that we asked him before. What are the variables needed for prediction so that we can increase the resilience to drought? Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance again First of all, I think it's always good to highlight for those newcomers into the field, there are 4 types of drought that we keep talking about. One is meteorological drought, and then hydrological drought, agricultural drought, and socioeconomic drought. So the variables that we have been talking about, mainly for meteorological drought, is when we have less than average rainfall, or there is a deficit for rainfall. When it comes to the agricultural drought, it's about the soil moisture, the vegetation cover, when it starts to kill crops and animals. And then the hydrological drought is all about the water resources, water flows, surface water and groundwater. And then the socioeconomic drought that I have been already mentioning during my first intervention, when it comes to the economic and social impacts of droughts. But in order to enhance drought resilience, I think we need to be more innovative, coming up with an innovative instrument. These innovative instruments can take different forms. One is financing instrument. It is very important that we need to harness what can be done from the international community, country level, regional level, and household level. From the international community level, when drought strikes, when a country declares drought, there is a lot of emergency and recovery measures that are done, a lot of resources coming up. So how can we make sure that these resources are invested timely before drought strikes? So there should be some sort of institutionalization of drought preparedness. We cannot continue the business as usual approach where we try to do drought mitigation or impact mitigation measures when drought strikes. This is being done at household level, at country level, and at international level. So there should be a way of institutionalization, coordination. The other thing is we always keep talking about coordinating among sectors. In many cases, drought is being treated by maybe Ministry of Water, Environment, Meteorology, Agriculture. How can we bring them together? It's a national issue. Even the sectors which are not the usual suspects, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Tourism, they should come into the table to talk about drought in non-drought times. So there is some sort of a stakeholder participation, national dialogue among sectors which in a country, but also among countries in a region. Because when drought strikes, it strikes not only one country. If it strikes Kenya, it strikes Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda. So it's a regional issue. It's a climatic issue. So they should come together, exchange experiences, because countries can learn from each other in a better way than probably somebody from the West teaching them how to deal with drought. It becomes too theoretic. So we keep discussing also about South-South exchange platforms. The other instrument could also be a policy instrument that we are also discussing at the UNCCD, where countries have to have a national drought policy based on the principle of risk reduction. Not how to deal with drought when drought strikes, but what to do before drought strikes. So there should be these 3 key pillars. There are a step-by-step approach on what to do and how to do on drought before drought strikes. And also, as I said, education is very important. Drought should be integrated. We need to go beyond awareness raising. We need to integrate it into the curriculum of even school children, where they start to really come up with innovative ideas. While it should not be something that you just get by training when you are at work or at policy decision-making level, but you need to bring it into their thinking, the way of thinking. So we should really think long-term. And as we have seen it recently, the drought strikes, it used to be the case like every 10 years or on average 7 to 10 years, but now it's like every other year, even in worst case scenarios like what we see in Europe and Africa, it's the last 4 years, every year. So we need to change the way we think. Thank you. I'm done also.
Thank you all.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I understand we're on a very tight schedule and now suddenly there were questions coming in, but back over to you then. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you, Jaron, Daniel, Gia, and Jamal for that great panel discussion. And to our audience, there's also going to be, in the 3rd session, all the questions that we haven't asked, because I know that there are more coming in, we'll be able to ask that also on the third session. So, so don't run away. There will still be time to answer questions and go deeper into the subject if possible. Thank you again. So now we basically, we're going to wrap up this first session of our afternoon, and I'll hand that over to Michael Burnchup to give you a summary of this session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. And I appreciate a lot of this first session already, despite the small hiccup, the technical, but I think that is live. That is a live presentation here. In my wrap, I want to be very brief, but just I think it's good to remind. We talked here about drought, and we heard it is about thinking the deviation, the risk, and that is important to understand and to distinguish from the business as usual. With the Corona crisis we have seen now, we have to think about the risk, even if it is far away. Droughts are by far less far away than Corona risks. In some areas, they strike every 2, 3, 4 years. So think of the deviation, and that vulnerability can destroy, or let's say the disaster due to the vulnerability can destroy years of development effort. We have heard that there are 3 main elements that is very typical for drought and for other risks. It is about monitoring and early warning, about vulnerability assessment, and about resilience. So prevention is extremely important in this thinking about risks. We have also heard that there is a lot of overlap in preventing and in resilience to drought, but it is not all. And Daniel talked, for example, about tourism, the water sector, electricity. So there are other elements. We also should see that drought and natural resource management are closely linked, but they are not identical. And then I want to, the third point that I want to make is that we have talked here about, we had global level actors, and we talked about global level governance systems, the UNCCD in particular, and we had local experiences, local case studies. And I think and many of the questions also addressed, what can we do on the ground? What is really necessary? And to link both global and local, that is really a challenge. And UNCCD, they told us, yes, they mainly work through the government, the national systems. And that is certainly an important way, but we also know that there are many projects, NGOs and so on, the social business sectors who are not maybe linked to these national systems. And to inform them well, you can, for example, think that we better use science. One, that is an important transmitter of knowledge. But I also would like to think now a little bit in advance. UNCCD has that drought platform. It would be wonderful if we could use such a drought platform to exchange ideas and to really interactively exchange ideas, not only deposit studies or texts or videos on the internet, but to really exchange on them and look at the local adaptations that are done. So that could be a wish for the future, that this drought platform really becomes an interactive platform for knowledge exchange, which, for example, could also be provided by a Global Landscape Forum. There could be an exchange of both. We will now have a short video, a succession of the video that we had during our break, and then we will have a short break for you to maybe relax a little bit, and then we go on at quarter to 3 with the second session. So enjoy the film. And Natasha?
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to give a bit of intro. Basically, the film is by Patrick Augenstein, and it's about the drought situation in Kenya. So with the example from the Maasai communities. Enjoy. Thank you all.
Emergency measures are in place to get water to those in need, but it's sometimes not enough, and many are forced to find it where they can.
Nene hankai, ore gedeg, na nyau dogu no ke jaga kona kuno ji na ku kunja kala ke jene mala ke di ne mala ke na ku na enkai ne ne hegi be hegi lodonyo na ku etianya wali enkop tenkaraki ne me hete enkai ya hegi iltung'anak na ku nasira ke iltung'anak alameyu na ku era shida tasai pookin.
The snows of Kilimanjaro have almost disappeared. The land surrounding Africa's tallest mountain is severely deforested and barren, often grazed down to the naked soil.
Kumok nkatini enakop naleng amu maadoru apa lameitin enaa kulo neeku neetuo aadoru ore apa inakata nemeoki kule meoki enkurma kule ake eoki nenyai inkiri.
There were so many trees in Amboseli, so the climate of Amboseli is completely different from the past.
And when the rain finally comes, it is often a torrential downpour, much heavier than before. Flash floods wash away the precious topsoil that is no longer protected by intact vegetation cover.
You can look here, the difference of here, the soil is completely out because it was washed away by water. And on this side here, so it means that the soil was at this level. 20 centimeters, and the soil is lost here for about 9 years. So it's a lot of soil lost here. So I can see under the root of a tree.
The impacts of droughts have become so severe that at times, food aid needs to be distributed by the Red Cross. Kenya ambitiously aims to end drought emergency responses by 2022 and to set up new structures to address droughts proactively, including the promotion of landscape restoration.
My name is Daniel Tsagai.
Okay. So that wraps up our first session. And now we're going to be moving on to our next session, which is where we'll be focusing on natural resource management in the Nexus drought. So this session will be guided by Patrick Augenstein, focusing on, as I said, the natural resource management in our Nexus theme. So Patrick is a geographer and filmmaker by profession and has produced many fantastic clips that you've seen and visuals throughout the sessions. So many of his films treat drought and natural resource management. And I will hand it over to you, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Natasha, for the nice introduction, and welcome everybody on the global audience here at the GLF. We're webcasting from Bonn at the moment here, and I'm very pleased to moderate this second session, which is focusing on natural resource management. Maybe as an overview, what we can expect in the next 60 minutes. There are different projects that will be presented. For example, one is on participatory rangeland management coming from East Africa. We have another case study, very interesting and inspiring, coming from Madagascar, as well as some sort of a review of what happened in South Africa in 2018, when the city of Cape Town almost ran out completely of water. So the day zero scenario. And last but not least, we have somebody from outer space joining at the end of this session. So stay tuned, please. And now at the very beginning, we would like to start with an introduction from the UNCCD, from Daniel Tsegai, with an overview of the so-called land degradation neutrality concept. Please enjoy.
My name is Daniel Tsegai. I'm a program officer at the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I'm in charge of drought and water scarcity issues. Today, I'm going to discuss about the land degradation neutrality and the links to drought. So the pivotal role of land. First of all, we have to see that land has a role to play on poverty eradication, biodiversity, and creating also some kind of incomes and jobs, resilience to natural disasters and climate change, food and water security, and human security. So land degradation neutrality, what is it? It's a concept which is a state whereby the amount and the quality of land resources necessary in order for us to support the ecosystem services and functions and to also enhance the food security remain stable or even increase within the specified temporal and spatial scales. So it's about making sure that the losses that we do somewhere else is also compensated by gains in another place. So impacts of land degradation, when we discuss about the impacts of land degradation, we can say that drought first aggravates land degradation, but also climate change is also in return aggravating drought. But land degradation in a way reduces carbon storage, and that means also it is contributing to global warming. So by way of saying this, the most affected and vulnerable are the most developed, underdeveloped, and also developing countries. So poverty, endemic hunger, as we see it these days, and also this leads to famine and migrations and conflict over natural resources. So having said this about the LDN or the land degradation, I would also like to discuss UNCCD Drought Initiative. It's also another flagship activity of the UNCCD, where we have worked on this for the last 2 years. It has 3 pillars. First of all, we are trying to support countries to develop national drought plans based on the principles of risk reduction to be prepared before drought strikes. The other thing is we are also trying to help countries in order to learn from each other, facilitating regional efforts, facilitating also exchange of learning and practice from within among the countries. And the other thing is also we developed a toolbox that was launched at COP14 in September 2019 in India, where it talks about the resilience of people and ecosystems, and it also provides some kind of context and local specific solutions to countries. So, and at the UNCCD, what we are aiming at is to minimize the risk. As you can see it in the map, there is a hazard map, a global map, where places like Australia and the US are dark red, which means they have a lot of drought. But when it comes to the risk map that you see it on the right side, they are in dark blue. What does it mean? It means they have less risk of being impacted by drought. So what we are aiming at is in order to reduce vulnerability, to reduce exposure to drought, so that there is less damage caused by drought. So at the UNCCD, we are aiming of working on along the 3 pillars. First of all, to help countries to develop an early warning and monitoring systems to establish some kind of good capacity in terms of prediction and forecasting, trying to also disseminate this information as early as possible to the local users and beneficiaries, including farmers, and also to help countries to do some vulnerability mapping. Who is going to be affected and why? Well ahead of time before drought strikes. And also to help countries to come up with appropriate drought risk mitigation measures, context specific, as I said. It's also what we also show in the drought toolbox. So the whole aim is about closing the cycle of drought management. The business as usual approach is to act after drought strikes. As you can see it, the reactive approach is the dark red side of the cycle, where countries try to do some kind of relief and emergency activities, uncoordinated, and it's also in many cases very expensive to also assess the impact, and then they do recover and restore, and then that's where the story ends. So what we are trying to do is we need to close the gap to work on drought in non-drought times by enhancing their early warning and monitoring systems, by making sure that they know who is going to be vulnerable, where, and the population and the regions, also trying to identify what are their most context-specific and reality-specific drought risk mitigation measures available at hand. So this is a UNCCD drought toolbox, and you can see it on the website that that you can see it on the screen. You can look into it. It's a rich material that we have tried to develop from many organizations and country parties, trying to also showcase the kind of evidence that they have, and this is a kind of a one-stop shop. So I discussed about the LDN, that's one flagship activity in the drought. So the nexus between land degradation and the drought is very important for us, and recently we were trying to do about a drought smart land management approach, where we are aiming at land-based interventions in order to mitigate impacts of drought. That's what we also, from our side, what we call is nature-based solutions. So what is it? It's drought smart land management intervention is the effort to improve the capacity of soil, for example, to accept, retain, and also release and transmit water, and also increase the plant water use efficiency. And this can also be done in a more broader sense to increase the water supply where it is needed in terms of the living organisms, or by also reducing water demand. So first of all, there are two variables. One is the water supply, enhancing the water supply, but also trying to reduce water consumption. So this is the concept of the water, the land drought nexus, where there are interactions between water inputs and also drought, climate change, and human dimensions when they interact, and what we do in terms of water use and trying to also enhance water supply. That boosts water security. So in the end, anything which reduces the water holding capacity of the soil, anything which consumes also more soil moisture, contributes to water scarcity. So there are strong links between drought and land, and the drought land nexus is being now unpacked, and we are trying to also see the potential of making sure that we enhance this drought land nexus. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, so much for this overview on a concept that was developed recently at the UNCCD and showing us really the greater political context to it, as well as the very base that land management finally falls to, namely the soil and the capacity to hold soil moisture, which is essential to effectively combat droughts. I would like to transition now to our second contribution, which is linked to participatory rangeland management, presented from the International Livestock Research Center. And the scientist is Fiona Flinton. She made a live recording with an organization also based in Kenya called Reconcile, which we will now play for about 6 minutes, and then we have a live chat afterwards with her, and she will be happy getting into more details of the concept and also answering questions from the audience. So please enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona Flinton, and I am a senior scientist at the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, based in Ethiopia and Kenya. Welcome to this session on rangelands, grasslands, and participatory rangeland management. Today we have the opportunity to speak with Ken Otieno, who's the acting director for Reconcile, an NGO based in Kenya, working on conflict issues, natural resource management, land governance. And Ken is also the coordinator of the Rangelands Initiative Africa of the International Land Coalition. As part of this position, he is coordinating a project on participatory rangeland management. And I'm going to ask him some questions about this process and this project and see what we can learn from him and his experiences. So, Ken, Could you please tell me what kind of challenges are there for pastoralists and the land use system that they use?
Pastoralists face many challenges, many challenges, and some of these challenges is the inability to have their land tenure rights properly integrated within the different tenure regimes. There are existing mechanisms for managing their systems, but this oftentimes lacks a formal integration into statutory frameworks within national governments.
So how did you go about finding a solution for these challenges and different issues?
A coalition or a group of organizations came together to respond to the problems of rangelands and pastoralism by way of designing a program, and the program being participatory rangelands management. And lastly, it was designed in order to help countries such as Kenya and Tanzania to recognize participatory land use planning and management as an important and integral part of land use planning.
Yeah, that's really very interesting. Can you tell me a bit more?
Participatory rangelands management program that allows a step-by-step management of rangelands and pastoralism. It enables communities to work together with government, civil society organizations, and other research institutions to basically agree on defined conservation and rehabilitation areas of rangelands. It also allows communities to get new ideas and new mechanisms for managing their natural resources, and more specifically, managing rangelands and livestock production system.
Okay. And so how did you actually implement participatory rangeland management?
The process takes different steps which are adopted according to policies and legal frameworks, plans in a different country. The steps involves communities first being identified to generate or to restructure them in a manner that they are able to have a leadership framework. And then the second thing that happens with the process is that it's also together with the communities, they then identify the different resources that they have. There are things like plants, water points, grazing areas. Those are the things that they have to identify and put plans on how they are going to be managed. In making sure that you create a rangelands rehabilitation area, you have to take all these steps into account and then identify these areas and secure them to see as pilot areas how they are getting managed by the communities, and application of different skills and knowledge based on the existing environment and based on the different expertise that come with it.
This is really impressive and clearly structured. What would you like to share as a take-home message for our global audience at the Digital Global Landscapes Forum Conference?
Let pastoralism and rangelands be given the same prominence that agriculture is given. And for the African for the African governments, it is really, really important to recognize that the pastoral communities is part of a bigger population. PRM presents an opportunity for pastoralists, pastoralism, and rangelands management. And its application as a step-by-step process kind of gives different ideas and different opportunities for different approaches where the research component of rangelands management is applied, the community indigenous knowledge is applied, and then the practitioners' knowledge is applied.
Thank you so much, Ken, for these insights coming directly from the ground in Kenya. Good. Welcome to this session. The floor is open for questions. I believe, Patrick, we have another film coming up soon. Is that correct? Patrick?
Yes, hello. Fiona, I don't know if you went live at the moment. We can directly continue with questions from the audience that will go towards you, Fiona. You want me to pitch them towards you, or?
Sure, if there are questions coming through. I haven't seen any questions yet, but
one of the top ranking ones that I'm seeing at the moment is, what are the linkages between land degradation and drought management? What kind of links would you see? Maybe specifically targeting on rangeland, grasslands.
Sure. Certainly from our perspective, working on rangeland management, there are some important steps as Ken was describing. So the first thing is really understanding the resource base and the situation of the resources on the ground. So if the resource base has been degraded and if resources are stressed, then this would be the important starting point for the rangeland management process that Ken was describing. So a very first step in this process is really to understand the health of the rangelands at the beginning, and then we can look to management. So Ken described this process of participatory rangeland management, which is building up the strength of governance structures at the community level, producing a rangeland management plan, and then implementing it, in short. So within that rangeland management planning process, communities shouldn't just be thinking about the situation now, but they should be thinking about the situation in the future and anticipate droughts happening. I mean, droughts are a normal occurrence in dryland areas, and so communities have to plan for this as part of the rangeland management process.
Okay, thank you so much for this very comprehensive and interesting answer. We still have 3 minutes, and there are a lot of questions coming in. Maybe let's go on with this one here. People were asking, why do we emphasize the support of marginalized groups in regards to a topic that has been caused globally? I assume that refers to climate change. So I assume that refers to the climate justice dimension of drought management and landscape management. What is your personal take on this? What would need to happen?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I don't see it in front of me, so if you could just repeat it.
It's a long text, so I had to extract it. What is the climate justice dimension in that entire approach of participatory rangeland management? Do we give enough support? Do we give enough resources and the technical capacities to the ground to really address that urgent topic?
Right. I mean, of course, there are different entry points to the problems that communities face, and depending on really the agendas of those that are there to support them or to provide resources, that would define the way that support is channeled. So for sure, taking a human rights and justice perspective can be extremely important. For me, that would suggest focusing more on people and people's rights. And I think particularly in drylands and rangelands, it becomes problematic if we just focus on one component of what I see as three very important integrated components, which are people, livestock, and the land resources. So for me, taking a more integrated approach, including rights, human rights, whether it be climate rights or other, together with livestock health, livestock production, herd management, as well as the land, the resources, the management of the land, improving the productivity. For me, taking that all together as an integrated approach is more productive and has greater benefits. Greater benefits than the parts as such. The whole has a greater benefit than the sum of its parts. So for me, yes, absolutely, justice issues and rights issues are part of this, but I wouldn't separate that from the management of the land and the livestock. I'm talking about the pastoral production systems here.
Thank you so much for that answer and putting the emphasis on the interconnectivity once again. We would also like to show a trailer real quick on global rangeland restoration, which will play for about 2 minutes. And we will have the pleasure to see Fiona again in the final panel in about 45 minutes at the end of this session. So there can be more questions being asked. Thank you so much. I think at this stage, we can also send a big thank you to Jakarta, where Anton is sitting and he makes these smooth cuts in between the films. He's working for C4. Thank you so much. We will transition now to a case study from Madagascar, which is implemented by the German Development Corporation. It's looking at soil protection, rehabilitation, and food security. It's also a short film of about 6 to 7 minutes. Given the current situation with COVID-19, we also thought on behalf of the organizers that we want to provide a donation link for a project located in East Africa in Tanzania. So if you go to your comment box, you can download details on the projects, which aims at marginalized groups in Tanzania. And you can leave a donation there if you wish, or inform yourself more about the activities being done there. So thank you very much. And we will now transition to the case study from Madagascar.
The region of Ndroy in the south of Madagascar has a semi-arid climate with high rainfall variability and suffers regularly from droughts that affect the region's productive systems. The inhabitants of the Ndroy regions, called the Antadroy, live mostly in rural areas and depend on agriculture for their livelihoods. Traditionally, they are cattle herders who grow food crops mainly for their own consumption and sell the production surplus on local markets. But over the last decades, wind and water soil erosion, as well as longer and more frequent droughts, have led to a decline in livestock farming activities, and agricultural yields have decreased, thus threatening food security. Several famine episodes prompt the international community to provide emergency support for vulnerable populations affected by recurrent droughts or by climate change, which have also increased migration out of Ndroy and into other regions. However, some innovative solutions exist. Through the integration of food plants that are able to withstand drought while also restoring and maintaining the fertility of cropping plots, the Malagasy NGO CTAS aims at improving the coping capacity of households to overcome drought. CTAS promotes the use of agroecological methods on-field, with the objective of creating dense agroecosystems that are both drought-resilient and productive. Those large-scale, complex, multi-level ecological systems are called agroecological blocks. In such blocks, several common agroecological techniques are closely intertwined. For instance, prickly pear cactus is used as a natural fence and is an additional source of animal feed, while pigeon pea hedges are commonly associated with intercropping of maize, sorghum, or millet, with pulses, such as cowpea or lima bean, that fix nitrogen into the soil and improve its fertility. In addition, hedges protect the topsoil against wind erosion, while vegetative strips of fodder, like bracharia, stop runoffs following precipitations and thus reduce water erosion. The soil is always covered, either by creeping crops, like most of the bean species, or by cover crops, grown specifically to avoid bare soil, like dolichos or the legume mucuna. They add nutrients to the soil and improve its water balance. Less evaporation takes place and more water remains in the soil, enhancing the ability of the system to cope with irregular rainfalls. Soil is put at the center of the whole system because it is the natural resource most easily influenced by good agricultural practices. As a result, harvest is better, with positive effects in terms of food availability and nutrition for the farmers, as well as animal feeding at the farm level. But the question is, How has CTAS managed to foster the implementation of large-scale agroecological blocks with smallholder farmers of Androy who have a low propensity to invest and less than 2 hectares at their disposal? The CTAS strategy was to use a multiplier system to spread knowledge about new plant species introduced by the project, and to start breeding and producing seeds to give farmers access to varieties adapted to the local semi-arid conditions. Above all, CTAS started trials on its own fields to determine which new varieties and agroecological techniques were the most suitable for Androy. These fields, once grown, were used as farming field schools where farmers of the neighborhood could observe the results. The first farmers who started using agroecological practices on their plots with the support of the CTAS were selected on the basis of their strong leadership potential and good integration into the community. They became the first relay farmers in charge of promoting the new techniques and varieties by organizing visits and trainings in their fields. After taking part in a training or a visit, each participant would receive the seeds of the varieties presented on field, so that they could test them on their own plot. CTAS staff and relay farmers provided technical assistance for the newbies, who sometimes became new relay farmers themselves. In addition, to overcome the lack of inputs and particularly of seeds, CTAS, together with local farmers, developed participatory breeding processes and selected varieties that are best adapted to Androy. These varieties were then entered in the Register of Quality Declared Seeds of the Anosi and Androy regions. Once varieties were registered, CTAS and selected farmers started to produce seeds and to distribute them through a private network of 140 farming input shops located in villages. Thanks to this complex scheme and the strong involvement of local communities, agroecological practices spread from plot to plot until the many small plots became landscape units or agroecological blocks. A virtuous cycle started as the dense and diverse vegetation of the blocks led to the creation of favorable microclimates, strengthening the productive potential of ecosystems and their coping capacity against drought. With a greater natural resources endowment, farmers were now able to achieve better harvests and to diversify their income sources by engaging in activities related to agricultural extension services, such as seed production or shopkeeping, thus improving their resilience against shocks. We hope that the presentation of the CTAS and its agroecological blocks inspired you to do the same. We look forward to your success stories.
So this was a really inspiring example coming in from Madagascar, from on the ground. But we will also have the pleasure in about 15 minutes of time from now to have somebody from the ministry in Madagascar part of the panel, and we can ask questions. I would now like to transition to the final case study presented in this section, which comes from South Africa. And it's closely related to a very harsh experience the country had to make in the drought years 2015 to 2018, when Cape Town almost ran out completely of water. There was a research project conducted by the United Nations University, and we will hear about that after a short introduction film, which will be played now. Please enjoy.
Yabona apha ke into esibetha kakhulu zimvula ngoba lokho ekulimeni funeka kubekho imvula kuzala amadama, kuzale nemilambo. Nxa ndiyibona ngoku, uyabona imvula ngoku. Phaya ekukhuleni, ngexesha besikhula, imvula zazixhaphakile. Ngexesha besikhula, sakhula ke kulinywa. Imvula ibinganqabanga. Zizinto ezibalulekileyo ke endicinga into yokuba singancedwa siqhotyiswe. Kanti nezixhobo ezosebenza ngoba kunzima uzithenga amagaba, iifolokhwe, izipeyiti, iharika. Zizinto ezibalulekileyo neekiriva ezi.
Things look different when you have inherited more land, when you are the owner of a private dam, when you have the capacities to diversify your production to cope with a lasting drought.
The drought years are probably the most difficult things I've ever had to overcome.
I think we've got to become water wise. I think we've got to maximize the output with a given water input. We specifically have to focus on value adding. I think the days of just producing and giving away your product are gone.
There's no crystal ball that'll tell us what's going to happen tomorrow. If we could read tomorrow's newspaper today, we would all be very happy people. But technology certainly can give us warning signs.
The drought creates opportunities. I mean,
taught us to value add.
Yeah, taught us to value add.
Taught us to utilize our moisture better. Taught us to be more effective on our inputs. Taught us to be more lean in our cost structures.
And what you can get away with
and
what you can't.
What you can get away with and what you can't.
What we see in the country is that your small-scale and your communal farmers experience a normal dry period of drought because of the lack of capacity to deal with it, whereas most of the commercial farmers can deal with it.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and many greetings from my home office here in Bonn. My name is Yvonne Walz. I'm a senior scientist at the United Nations University here in Bonn, and I would like to present you in the next 7 minutes some results of our research on how a better understanding of drought risk is essential for improving the management of droughts, for the example of South Africa. The management of drought in South Africa is guided by a monitoring scheme which represents different levels of drought severity. Here you see that this monitoring scheme consists of 5 classes, ranging from D0 as very mild to D4 as exceptional drought conditions. If certain regions are falling into the drought severity classes between D2 and D4, drought support and response activities are triggered in these regions. Here you see which variables are measured as part of the drought severity monitoring system in South Africa. We see that there are overall 11 variables which represent meteorological conditions, such as the standardized precipitation index, agricultural or vegetation-related conditions, such as the vegetation condition index or the normalized difference vegetation index, and hydrological conditions, such as dam levels. All these 11 variables have in common that they are mainly representing the biophysical characteristics of the drought hazard. However, if we look at what is stated as the priority 1 in the internationally agreed Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, we read that disaster risk management needs to be based on an understanding of disaster risk in all its dimensions of vulnerability, capacity, exposure of persons and assets, hazard characteristics, and the environment. As it stands here, hazard characteristics is only one of several other relevant dimensions to understand drought risk and impacts. The guiding question of our research therefore was, why can moderate drought hazard lead to extreme impacts, while extreme drought hazards do not? This question implies that more dimensions than hazard characteristics need to be considered, and that the understanding of underlying drivers that shape drought risk is essential for an efficient management. The research was focusing on the Eastern Cape province of South Africa as the case study area. This slide shows us the result of the hazard assessment for agricultural drought in Eastern Cape province. The vegetation condition index, which represents here the measure of drought hazard, is classified according to the drought severity monitoring scheme of South Africa and shows here a color gradient for areas which fall into the classes D0, shown in green, to D4, shown in dark red. Thus, the areas in dark red represent areas with exceptional drought conditions and would trigger response activities respectively. Here we see that the most relevant exposed elements in the context of agricultural drought regarding the social and environmental dimensions are people, livestock, and agricultural land. If we measure these characteristics using spatial explicit data, such as share of agricultural dependent population per local municipality, and linking this with the hazard characteristics as shown in the last slide, we see that the spatial distribution of exposure hotspots looks already very different compared to drought hazard alone. Here we see that the local municipalities with highest exposure, shown in purple and pale color, are mainly located in the northeastern part of the Eastern Cape province. This means that in these areas there's a large overlap between high hazard severity and large share of agricultural land and or people or livestock. In addition to exposure, it is essential to understand whether exposed elements are vulnerable or not. So the question here is which characteristics explain why some farmers are more affected than others, despite they are exposed in a similar way to the hazard. This is a result of our research on key characteristics of vulnerability in the context of agricultural drought in South Africa. Criteria that describe the susceptibility that droughts are causing harm to people and the environment are, for example, the level of land degradation or the income of farmers' households. On the other hand, vulnerability to drought can be reduced if there are capacities to cope with drought conditions, for example, through access to irrigation. This slide shows how vulnerability can be quantified and mapped using an indicator-based approach. The hotspots of very high vulnerability are shown in dark red on this large map. Here we again see a different spatial pattern compared to hazard and exposure. Here you see an overview of the assessment of drought risk. The main components of risk are hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And you see here again that the spatial pattern is quite different for the individual components. If we aggregate this to an overall risk map, we see here that there are few local municipalities in the northeastern region of the province that have a very high risk. Areas which indicate exceptional drought conditions in the north of the province result in rather low risk, as exposure and vulnerability are low in these areas. This said, I would like to conclude that if the drought management would only rely on hazard characteristics and apply intervention measures in the red spots of the hazard map, many of the high-risk areas would be neglected and low-risk areas supported. This example shows that drought management should build on a holistic understanding of and information on drought risk and its underlying drivers. We use this assessment also to derive entry points for drought risk reduction and advocate for taking proactive measures to reduce drought risk during non-drought periods. The overall assessment, including the recommendations of relevant measures to reduce risk to agricultural drought, is documented in this policy report. With this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present our research here at the Global Landscape Forum.
Thank you so much, Yvonne Waltz, for this insight coming from South Africa and the critical application of remote sensing, giving us a more differentiated understanding of affected groups. This is really important in order to come up with tailor-made measures to proactively deal with droughts or even with the response measures. I would like to go now to the last report that we're receiving, which has actually been recorded yesterday for us. And then the panel will start and I will give back the moderation to Natasha in Kenya to continue with the end of the second module. But now I have the pleasure to announce the longest staying astronaut in space from Europe, Samantha Cristoforetti, who would like to give this special announcement for the Global Landscape Forum.
Hello, my name is Samantha Cristoforetti and I'm an astronaut with the European Space Agency. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to briefly talk to you all today, bringing you the space perspective, the orbital perspective, if you want, onto the amazing work you all are doing to preserve our climate, our biosphere, our landscapes, and especially our agriculture and food security, to preserve really our human ability to continue to live and thrive on our beautiful planet Earth for many generations to come. As you know, as much as we want to explore further, to reach out further into the solar system, as much as we want to expand the space in which we human beings can live and work, to become one day a truly multiplanetary species, I think we all know that that is a very long journey, and it has only just begun. For now, and for a long time to come, there is no planet B. As a European astronaut, a few years ago, I had the amazing opportunity to live and work for several months on the International Space Station, what I like to call humanity's outpost in space. Food is a big thing in space. Just like on Earth, we need food as a source of energy, but not only that. We need nutritious food. We need the right micronutrients so we can stay healthy in such a challenging environment and perform at our best. And just like on Earth, even maybe more sometimes than here on Earth, at least in my case, food is really the center of our somewhat limited social life. We gather around meals. Meals are really the centerpiece of our social life. Food brings us enjoyment. I am, by no stretch of the imagination, a cook, but even I in space liked to experiment with ingredients. The topic of the Global Landscapes Forum this year shows that food and food security are a challenge not only up there in space, but also down here on Earth, as we strive and sometimes struggle to feed our growing human family. In many places of the world, food is a matter of subsistence, even survival. The issue is right there at the core of our relationship with our planet. So what does space have to do with all of this? We at the European Space Agency firmly believe that space exploration is not only about reaching out into the solar system, but also about the responsibility to understand and care about our planet. Yes, as I mentioned, there might be billions of planets out there and maybe a few places where we might hope to live one day as human beings. But there is only one planet that we can call home. On behalf of the people of the world, at the European Space Agency, we operate an extensive fleet of Earth observation satellites that constantly take the pulse of our planet. They offer us a unique perspective. They take pictures of our beautiful Earth. They tell us stories. They help us understand what is going on with the climate and with our environment. And different from our astronauts, they never sleep. They provide a constant stream of data that helps us make sense of what is going on, identify and analyze problems, and find solutions. In many cases, our fleets of satellites provide data and with it insight that can really only be gained from space. No Earth-based observation and data gathering could provide us with the same global coverage, with the same continuity, with the same resolution in time and space, which was what we need to face the challenges of climate change and, of course, food security. When it comes to food security, drought, rural development, poverty and hunger can help literally come from above. Remote sensing, accurate weather forecasting, water management, and smart irrigation schemes are just some of the applications of space technology and Earth observation. By leveraging those tools and those resources, we can literally take sustainability to new heights. One final note. When I lived on the International Space Station and, of course, training and preparing for my mission, I had the opportunity to experience firsthand, understand, appreciate the importance of teamwork and international cooperation, and to see what can be achieved when we can work together for a common goal. Just like the space business, maybe even more, the challenges that you are facing are global challenges, and the solutions, they require a high degree of coordination complexity. You need global solutions that are agreed upon, owned, implemented in a coordinated way. Believe me, I can see the challenge, but I can also see the rewards, and I know that you will make it happen. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity of being a part of this today, and good luck in your very important work.
Great. Thank you all. That was actually quite amazing to see the perspective from Earth, from space, and to look at how we live from a different perspective. Very insightful. I've got a lot of goosebumps from all these videos I've been watching, because we do need to make a change and need to focus on, what's happening in the world. So to take you now to our last session for this second part, we're going to have a panel discussion. So I'd like to introduce our 5 panel speakers. First, we have Fiona Flinton, who we heard from earlier from ILRI. And then we have Valerie Ramahava-Lisoa from the Environment Ministry from Madagascar. We also have with us Stephen Coulson from the European Space Agency, who's the head of Sustainable Initiative Office in Italy. And we have Modi Radikonyana, the Chief Director for the National Disaster Management Center in South Africa. And finally, Patrick Ken Otieno, who is the acting director of the Reconcile Kenya, who's going to give us perspective from the ground. So I welcome all the speakers on the panel. Thank you for joining us. I think we might have to unmute our sounds so we can all, there we go. Hi, Fiona. I can't see anyone else.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks, Stephen.
Loud and clear.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Is everyone else signed in too? Valerie and Modi and Patrick.
It's Ken, actually. But,
oh, sorry, it's Ken. Ken Otieno.
There. Oh, there he is. He's there. Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
Hi,
okay.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Ken.
Fine, thank you.
Great, welcome. Great, so I don't know, should we just hit it off maybe with Stephen, because we just watched that great video from space, and I guess we're on the theme of looking at the planet from that perspective. So what I wanted to ask you is what role is there for modern Earth observation from space to deal with droughts on Earth?
Thanks for the question. Yes, I'm from the European Space Agency, but I'm not an astronaut like Simonetta. I specialize in Earth observation, and I would say that one of the main contributions to the subject that you're dealing with, droughts, is a satellite that we have called SMOS, Soil Moisture and Ocean Salinity. It's just celebrated its 10th birthday, actually. It was designed for 5 years of operation, but the technology these days is, European technology is so good that it's outliving its design lifetime. Actually, it's measuring soil moisture and delivering global maps every 3 days with an accuracy of about 4%. And at a spatial resolution of around 50 kilometers. So this type of information is being integrated into ECMWF, that's the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, their operational forecasting system. And it's also key information to help manage and forecast agricultural production in areas subject to extreme drought. So that's just one of the satellites that we have. And we also have a whole fleet in development now, which is the Copernicus system. That's the EU flagship program, 26 satellites under production, launch and operations. And that system will actually produce a constant stream of data for operational monitoring of the Earth's environment for the next 20 years or so. And it's really a flagship program in the world, and one of the most ambitious and complete systems being deployed today. Just to give you an example, Sentinel-2, which measures the land cover or the surface of the Earth, with the 2 units A and B, which are operating right now, we're covering the complete land surface of the planet Earth at a resolution of 10 meters every 5 days. So that's a phenomenal system for environmental monitoring.
Oh, yeah, very interesting. And much of the data generated through remote sensing is open source?
All of the data from the Copernicus system is what's called full, free and open. So the data is available to anybody on the planet, free of charge, which is obviously a sort of major step forward in getting this information used. And it's actually opening up possibilities. Of course, many of the end users are interested not in the basic data, but in the information that can be produced from that data. That is produced and delivered by very specialized companies and universities. And actually that information comes at cost, but the fact that the basic data is now free is bringing down the cost and accessibility to this type of information. So we're living in a very exciting time at the moment. This system is coming online. It's going to just revolutionize. There's a tsunami of data coming our way, and we'll be able to monitor the Earth's environment in a way that's never been possible before.
Amazing, amazing. I think maybe just one question before I move to another speaker. In terms of the African context, what I understand is that it's not used very much here on the ground in this continent. Do you think that they need to, governments need to be more involved or in this initiative, because it looks apparently we're not on board?
Well, I mean, this is the classic problem in the take-up of technology, which is, it's really, we call it the 3 A's problem. A problem of awareness of what this technology can produce and deliver, a problem of acceptance in using this type of information, and a problem of adoption of this type of information. And I mean, nothing's new there. What we actually need is a program of technical training to put people in, say, Africa, but not only Africa, or other parts of the developing world, to put government departments and organizations in a position to be able to use this type of information in their daily jobs. And ultimately, we also need a program of skills transfer, because all of the technical skills exist here in Europe to produce and deliver this information, but we need to get it exported, and we need a local capacity to access the Copernicus data and produce and deliver this information. So basically, the cornerstone of a new partnership that the European Space Agency is putting in place right now, together with the World Bank and together with the Asian Development Bank. And through the framework of those development projects and programs, in Africa, Central America, and Asia Pacific, over the next 5 or 6 years, we'd like to try and ramp up technical skills in those countries and get this system used.
Cool. Well, that's great news to hear that.
Very good.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Thank you for that information.
With pleasure.
Thank you. So maybe we'll move to Fiona and Ken. I guess we could can pose the questions to both of you and you can decide who wants to answer that. So what I have here is what kind of experiences have you made with participatory rangeland management? Fiona or Ken?
I mean, we heard this afternoon the experiences from Kenya. So in Kenya and Tanzania, the process is being piloted. The original idea grew in Ethiopia. So in Ethiopia, participatory forest management has been a very strong process that communities and governments have invested in. At a stage when we were looking for a process that could help support better rangeland management in Ethiopia and also secure rights to the rangelands for communities, we thought, well, if PFM, if participatory forest management can work in forests, why can't participatory rangeland management work in rangelands? And this is why we developed this whole process of participatory rangeland management. So it developed in Ethiopia. It's being piloted in Kenya and Tanzania, which we heard about today. And then also at the same time, it's being implemented in places like Mongolia. But all across these different rangeland environments, it has a lot of potential. It's a community-driven process, but a more methodological step-by-step process that builds capacity of communities, strengthens governance, and improves the rangeland productivity.
Okay, great. So how do we upscale? How do we upscale this then?
Ken, would you like to respond to that? About upscaling?
Thanks. Maybe I'll talk about that, but then just also to add in terms of the experience on the ground is, as Fiona has said, like Ethiopia, Kenya also, started applying what we are calling the collaborative management towards natural resources. And PRM application and PRM methodology has actually brought that to another level where communities are doing a number of things at the same time, building their institutions, developing their capacities, being part of a team that I would call researchers around and in their own space, where they are defining their different resources. And the third aspect of it is linked to what the astronomer just spoke about in terms of data, technology, acceptability, awareness. The PRM process has created a better understanding and awareness at two levels of government. That is at the local level and at the national level. And potentially this will go across to the region. In terms of scalability, given the complexity and the multiplicity of PRM methodology, where you are securing resources, you are securing, different stock routes and so on and so forth, it allows for a potential application and the use of policy or acceptability at the policy level presents an opportunity where the scale at which PRM can be upscaled is very possible.
at a greater space. So that possibility from the policy modernization or policy acceptability will, and certainly we can facilitate the scalability. But most importantly is the success of it in terms of more successful approach towards rangelands governance management and rangelands resource protection is also a possibility that can be demonstrated to other donors and other stakeholders, and therefore that can make also the scalability more practical.
Great. And I guess my last question would be, what are the main problems that you face in terms of local adaptation?
Problems certainly are there. One is that, as Fiona did explain, this is a systematic process. Therefore, it comes with time. It comes with a resource, investment. It comes with changing the normal norms for people to do things differently. And therefore, it requires a bit of understanding. And the major challenge being that, the space under which we operate, the contexts are different. So you really have to walk through the different processes and also try and understand how best a particular context fits within that. But then the lesson that we are also learning, which probably brings in some aspects in terms of how best to deal with some of these challenges, but which is in itself a problem because of limited resources, is that you start focusing on the resource management governance aspect, and then you realize how important the livelihood aspect is important within the PRM process. And then the expectations are there. Once you have created this kind of environment where there's acceptability, then the demand is bigger than the delivery, the capacity to deliver. So that in itself for me is a big challenge. And then it's something that you have to be very patient with.
Right. Well, thank you. Fiona, did you want to add anything to Ken's summary there?
No, I think Ken summed it up well. Yeah.
Yes, he did. Well, thank you both for that part. So I'll just carry on moving with the questions with with Valerie and Moody. Okay. So Valerie, are you? So I think Fiona and Ken, I think if you might turn off your videos, if you don't mind, and then we can have them on the main panel. Thank you. Hi, Valerie. Nice to see you.
Hello. Yeah, nice to see you too.
So bear with us with our technical glitches. Yes, we're trying to get everyone on the Zoom page to have this discussion. So Valerie, can you tell us what are the main lessons learned from the case study we just saw on southern Madagascar?
Yes, I think what is the most important is the consideration of the social system, especially for a society very traditional as Madagascar, especially this part in the South Madagascar. I think it is very important to have this very socio-anthropologist expertise for ensuring social anchoring of the project. Because in that part, there are many taboo, many everything is based on culture. So I think apart from technical aspect, it is very important to address this social system. That is the lesson learned from that project of CTAs in the south of Madagascar.
Great. Yes, that's very true. So why are holistic watershed rehabilitation programs not rolled out on a countrywide scale?
Now in the forest landscape restoration process, we are developing first, model seat. And now we have to start by model seat and then upscaling later. But it is true, it is needed to be upscaled at national level, but need to start with model seat. And now with the support of German cooperation, there are projects in the north of Madagascar for watershed management, watershed restoration, and over with other partners such as USAID for developing those pilot sites first. And after the experience, we move to the upscaling.
Okay, great. And I guess my final question would be, what kind of cross-sectorial connectivity would need to be strengthened, be it on a national or international level, to enhance drought cycle management?
Yes, in Madagascar, we have already an intersectorial committee called National Committee for Forest and Landscape Restoration. This committee involved many representatives from many sectors, such as agriculture, such as mining. So all sectors are involved in this committee. And I think it is better to support more the committee for developing more thematic, like focus on climate change, focus on drought, so the community can promote more of the intersectoral dialogue in those specific topics.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that,
yes,
and for answering the questions. Lovely. So now I'll move on to Modi with the questions that I have prepared. Thank you, and welcome to the panel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Modi. So, thank you. From South Africa, right?
Yes.
Yes, signing in from there. Great, thank you. So my question that I have here for you is, what kind of difficult decisions had to be made in the weeks leading up to a near day zero? In retrospect, like what did the situation develop as it did?
Okay, no, thank you very much, Natasha. Just in brief, from where we are sitting as South Africa, drought is amongst the most devastating natural hazards, as it contributes to crippling our food production, depleting the pastures for the livestock, disrupting markets, and also at its extreme, it causes widespread human and animal mortality. So, notwithstanding the fact that South Africa is one of the water scarce country. So, well, the issue of day zero, it's something that is context bound. So it's different as to how we define it and how one understands it. But the decisions that we had to really take as the country was to declare a national state of disaster, where we had to really invoke extraordinary measures to deal with the drought, because we had a very severe drought. Since we have missed about 3 consecutive rainfall seasons in both the winter and the summer rainfall areas. So what we had to do was to really look at our water usage, and we really have to start instituting the water restrictions for human use and for industrial and also agricultural use. So it was a very difficult decision, because when you look at electricity, it depends on water. Agriculture also, they have to produce food and they need water. So again, we had to also look at managing our surface and the groundwater reserves of the different parts of our country. Then the other thing was that we had to really reprioritize and reallocate our funding, meaning that we have to shift funds around, so that we delayed the developmental programs or projects that were supposed to be implemented during those financial years, and then put more focus on drought. So those are the very critical and difficult decisions that really we had to really take as the country.
Wow, that's crazy. So why are disaster management such as crucial? I guess you can explain, and why is it critical to ensure their effectiveness?
Look, it's very critical that we have the disaster management centers. As a country, we've got 9 provinces. So you can imagine if you don't have a coordination system. So those disaster management centers are our nodal points, though that assist us in ensuring that disaster management is really implemented and within all the 3 spheres of government and across all the sectors. we've got various sectors within the country, you know, your water sector, the agricultural sector, and so forth. So the disaster management centers, they really assist in implementing or in guiding all these sectors and other role players. We have NGOs, we've got a private business, your companies, in dealing with disaster management, looking at the implementation and development of the disaster management plans, so that we can also ready ourselves to be able to prevent, mitigate, and also have disaster risk reduction strategies that are going to assist us to reduce the impact of disasters when we are hit, and also ensure that we are prepared as and when we've got disasters. And again, they really have to assist us in ensuring that there's institutionalization and also mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction across all these organs of states within the whole country. And the issue of awareness creation, the issue of ensuring that our stakeholders are really well capacitated with disaster risk management. So our centers are very critical, and we really need to ensure that they get all the requisite skills and requirements to ensure implementation of disaster management across the country. So we can't do without them. They really have to be there because they are our nodal points for disaster management within the countries in all provinces and municipalities.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Modi, for your input. We're coming now basically to the end of this session, which is, it seems very, very tight. So I think my last question I'll pose to Steve and Kosen. I think I've asked the questions to Valerie and Modi and to Ken. But Stephen, I think the last question that I'd like to ask you as we wrap up, like, what is your personal wish for the future for Earth observation?
My personal wish?
Yes.
Well, I've invested 10 years of my time trying to take environmental information into a new and global community, and that's the community of development assistance with the international stakeholders. And my personal wish is I want to see that this source of information from satellites, in particular Copernicus, being fully mainstreamed and integrated as best practice environmental information into development in the future. So that's all programs and projects and integrated into the developing world. And I think only when we reach that sort of scale will we actually be able to realize the full benefits of this technology to address some of the key social, environmental and economic grand challenges that those developing parts of the world are facing. So I'd really like to see that put in place over the next years.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. And it looks like we still have 2 more minutes. If any of the speakers, want to share any messages to the GLF community, or they think there's something important that I might have missed out in this very short session, please feel free to jump in. Anyone? So we're good. Everyone said their piece, and we were happy with our panel. Yeah, we covered mostly everything. I hope that we've done a good job here. Thank you all for joining us. So I guess that's coming up to wrapping up our panel discussion. And there's going to be a video coming up next, if I'm not wrong. Patrick, are you around?
I am, yes.
Okay,
Thank
lovely,
you so
Patrick.
The film was a wonderful panel to listen to all of you and having the insight from so many different places on Earth. The film, which will transition now from natural resource management to the last section, will play in Ethiopia. It's part of another one which is called The End of Famine. It's a 3-minute session, so please enjoy watching it. And thank you, everyone of the panel, one more time for your participation and your wonderful moderation, Natasha. So thank you. That's the wrong film.
The United Nations has been told the famine across 4 countries is now the biggest crisis for the organisation since it was founded.
We stand at a critical point in our history.
And we have to be 100% sure that we dispatch this food as well as the South Sudanese operation. We just had a verification assessment of people affected by the conflict. And I'm going to brief you on the major findings of this. When we asked the government for initial briefing, they said to us, we need food in the vehicle you are using for the assessment. We give you the number of people affected. That's all you need now. Get food assistance to these people. If not, we will soon see ugly pictures.
Matter of urgency, the UN declares that parts of South Sudan are experiencing famine and warns that by July, half of the population will be without a reliable source of food.
Over the last 150 years, agricultural intensification, worldwide trade, economic growth and social security nets have made people less dependent on local harvests, thereby reducing the impacts of drought. However, every year we still hear alarming news about hundreds of thousands or even millions of people threatened by famines. Human conflicts, war and corrupt political systems, in combination with droughts, are the primary reason for large-scale famines today. Thus, much more than food has to be delivered to prevent droughts from becoming impediments for development.
وتخلي زي مع زديتها تخيلوا
حملة
أو حملة ماي مستايخة مع جميرو مخصخص قال
خزينا جميرنا ينابز خزيو ما يمسقارصنا جميرنا
لمتاي خيتقم
لنفاسي هيوتيو ماي ام تقاميو ام تليو ماي له نفاس لط عنا له
ما صبغ دا يقبللت بتا خي
صبغ يو حافظنا عود بتعمي لمشفانس بتعمي دسلالنا
يا امنا اللي تاي نوعلو امنتي نوعلو تقمي بعلو بوعلي حلي ليت منغستي لورد لمبا اغلال لا يورث وي تقبلنت لول يخونه حلاو كون لول بليت منغست ديرلنيا مالت
يتقمنا بتعمي بقى تقامي
معني دق او حوس ولا مساعد تم
Okay, I think that was the end of the video. I seem to be the only one live now, so I think that was the end of that video, which was cut short. So that kind of wraps up the second session of our afternoon, and now we're going to be going into the third session. Thank you all so far for joining in and for your participation and really great insight. I've definitely learned a lot about many things sitting here and listening to everyone. So thank you again. So now we're going to move into our third session, which is on social protection systems in the Nexus Drought. That will be moderated by Maria Alexandrova, who's a senior researcher at the German Development Institute with expertise in the field of climate risk governance. Her current research focuses on comprehensive climate risk management approaches, adaptation finance, and climate responsive social protection. So welcome, Maria.
Hello, thank you, Natasha, very much for moderating our event up to now. Unfortunately, you have to go. Otherwise, we would be really happy if you keep supporting us.
I would love to.
Thank you very much from the whole team.
Thank you so much, and good luck, and hope you have a lovely end of the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
So a very warm welcome to the last part of this session on drought risk management, natural resource management, and social protection. The session is is co-hosted by the German Development Institute in partnership with GIZ and the Secretariat of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. We also have the partnership of the University of Bonn and the International Land Coalition Rangelands Initiative. In the first part of the event, we talked about the challenges and opportunities for developing proactive and comprehensive drought risk management frameworks and highlighted the benefits of integrating drought risk management with sustainable nature resource management. In subsection 2, we introduced the UNCCD's land degradation neutrality target setting program, and we aimed to share research, policy, and practice on promoting healthy, drought-resilient, and sustainable agroecological systems across Africa. While social protection was already mentioned in several occasions, in this subsection we will go more in depth into what is the role of social protection in building social and ecological resilience to droughts. So our goal is to bring all these three elements into one framework and discuss what are the synergies and trade-offs. But we will also touch upon the effects of the current pandemic on achieving resilience to climate change. And now I would like to introduce our great panel speakers. So unfortunately, we would be very happy to have Vanessa Nakate, but she was not able to join. However, we still have great speakers. We have Martin van Aalst, who is the director of the International Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center, and he is also a coordinating lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, among other professional affiliations. We also have Louise Baker from the UNCCD Secretariat, who works on policy development, advocacy, and partnerships. I would like also to welcome Tanya Pickard-Williams, who is heading the GIZ's Madagascar component of the Soil Protection and Rehabilitation for Food Security program under the One World No Hunger initiative of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. And I also would like to present my colleague, Christoph Struppert, who is a senior researcher at DIE and who has expertise on social protection, health, and applied economics. So we have really an outstanding panelist. So do send us your questions, connect with us, tell us from where you're calling us, comment, provide also key messages, what key messages you take also from our event. We be very happy to hear from you. First, however, let us learn more about what is social protection and how it relates to drought risk and natural resource management in Africa. Let us see the next video. now I would like to invite Christoph Struppelt to take the floor. Christoph, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, hello, hello. You conducted a survey on the effectiveness of pilot social assistance programs in Malawi back in 2016, which was a year when the country was affected by the worst drought in decades. Can you share with us the key findings of your research?
Yes, I have prepared some slides. I will just share my screen.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
I hope you can you see it now?
Yes, we see.
Perfect. Yes, this was a study conducted, as you said, in Malawi. And this is the study. This is joint work with my colleague Francesco Burchi. And what we have done is we have looked at the impacts of an economic empowerment program that was linked to a social cash transfer program. And as you said, the study was conducted in one of the rural districts in Malawi. You can see it in the south. And this project was implemented by GIZ Malawi in cooperation with the Malawian government. And it's an economic empowerment project that targets the same beneficiaries of the countrywide social cash transfer program. And the main objective of the overall program was, or the overall project was, not to tackle the consequences of the drought. It was more, of course, going into the direction of helping beneficiaries to graduate out of poverty, and as we have seen it in the great video, also to reduce multidimensional poverty. And yeah, it was implemented in 2016. And as you said, there was a major drought in between 2006 at the end of 2016, and in Malawi. And this is just a small design of the project. So it was a randomized control trial, and 300 beneficiary households received the project, and 600 households were included in a kind of control group. And here you can see the overall package, the overall project. So it includes cash transfers, social cash transfers that were spent to the households on a regular basis. And we had a lump sum or asset transfer. We had the households were provided, provided access to savings and credit facilities. And then there was also some training and coaching component included in the project, also with regards to agricultural skills, agricultural training. And then this in the end should lead to some kind of graduation out of poverty. And the households of the control group just received the periodic cash transfer. And yeah, there was this major drought, and we did a major survey, a major household survey, where we asked for many different indicators in order to see if the project was effective with regards to poverty reduction and so on. But we also have included indicators on drought recovery. And what we found is that the project beneficiaries were about 9% more likely to recover from the heavy drought than households in the control group. And we also find that this drought recovery period was also shorter with regards to, it was 1.2 months shorter. And yeah, this results are in line with the current literature as well, that as you see here, that, for example, also mass cash transfer programs or other social protection programs, also in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda, can make a strong contribution to the capacity of individuals and households to absorb and anticipate the impacts of droughts as well. And our results also, in order to understand the mechanisms, we also had the chance to look into the mechanisms in Malawi, and we found that especially project beneficiaries in Malawi, they had a faster access to seeds and fertilizers compared to the control group. And the main reason for that was that they had access to these saving groups and also had access to loans, and of course the general cash transfers. And yeah, this helped them to gain faster access to seeds and fertilizers, and also to recover faster from the drought. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christophe. This was a very interesting case study, and I will urge the participants to send us their question, because you will also join the panel just in 5 minutes. Now, I would like to invite Martin Vanals to give a keynote speech on drought risk management, ecological resilience, and food security in Africa in times of global crisis, and to discuss the role of social protection.
Great, thank you so much, and good to be with you virtually, despite the current challenging international circumstances. And I'm very happy that events like this are still going ahead virtually. I think there's so much we can do despite these challenges, and there's a lot to learn about how we're dealing with this current crisis. And that also applies to the more specific niche that we're discussing today between drought risks, food security, natural resources management, and social protection. And I think there's a lot to learn in this period. It's a bit, I mean, it almost sounds opportunistic, but in a way, COVID provides us a sort of X-ray of our global vulnerability to shocks. And there's so much that we can see what we need to repair really quickly right now, where we know where we've got gaps in our systems that we need to fix. But also where having invested in systems before and in solutions before shows us how much more effective we are coping with those shocks. And social protection is one of those elements. But I'll also argue in this quick introduction that just fixing it with social protection on its own is probably not yielding the dividends we're after. And both the video and the previous intervention also made that clear. Now, we're getting the stories about that X-ray of the global vulnerability to shocks from our volunteers in the Red Cross Red Crescent at the front lines of COVID, but also many other compound risks every day. We issued an appeal of over 3 billion last week, of which cash is an important component. Now, that is primarily humanitarian cash. And in a way, that is already filling gaps of where governments themselves in countries are not able to take care of the economic outfall of COVID. So you could already argue that where that humanitarian cash is needed, the regular social protection systems are failing. I would add that the current response to COVID is not just a medical response or an impact or response to the impact of the economic fallout of COVID. We're already seeing compound risks. I'm not aware of that many yet, also related to drought, but many climate-related impacts that are already overlapping with COVID even until now. And this is, of course, going to continue and intensify as the economic outfall of COVID drags on. We've seen bad storms in the Pacific already in the first weeks of lockdowns, but last week, for instance, with Amphan in India and Bangladesh. By now, we have adjusted our contingency plans, so people are being evacuated to shelters, for instance, in different ways than before. There is protective material available there. We're now seeing the same with floods in East Africa, which of course combining with COVID, but then also with locusts. So that's an area that actually we might think of typically also as at risk of drought, and where social protection systems actually are responding to these threats sometimes. So normally the above normal rainfall that we're seeing this season would be a good harvest and no need for social protection. At the moment, actually, we're seeing floods, which of course are the reverse natural hazard that people then cope with and also have an impact on food security. But on top of that, of course, the locust invasion. And one thing I want to emphasize is that more and more often we're seeing that sort of compound nature of things, one thing coming on top of another. That is really the challenge we're addressing. And in that sense, drought is often one element, certainly in some regions, the most dominant. But we shouldn't be thinking of isolated solutions anymore. And that's where I think also the beauty of this session comes in, really linking those sectors and arguing for that combination. Of course, the vulnerability of those compound risks often comes from failures of existing systems able to support people. That may be basic health systems, it may be water and sanitation. How do you wash hands without water in times of COVID? During heat waves, for instance, how are you going to cope? We've just issued guidelines on that last week. Interactions with conflict leading to even higher vulnerability to multiple shocks already outlined before as well. And it's really important to recognize then how many of those most fragile contexts are also related to the natural environment and the landscapes people live in, where it's going in two directions. The one being that a fragile state of natural resources makes people so much more vulnerable, even also to the current floods in Uganda, for instance, which were related on the one hand to extreme rainfall, on the other hand to environmental degradation. And of course, we know the same is true about drought. Now, if we have systems in place, basic healthcare, better natural resources management, but also ability of allowing people to get through shocks in ways that don't degrade the systems, but strengthen them over time, we can have those triple wins that people were referring to before. And in that sense, it's critical that those resources aren't just channeled to national institutions, but actually go down to communities and households. That is where the individual decisions are made, where often also the maladaptive decisions are made. Again, we often see the failures of systems to reach to that local level. And then it's often humanitarian agencies that do step in, but often with the frustration that we are not filling those gaps for the longer term. We're just coming in a response operation, but not anticipating the future shocks and allowing us to get those triple dividends. Over the past 10 years, we've started much more aggressively in the Red Cross Red Crescent to focus on those interfaces. There's an alliance, for instance, called Partners for Resilience, which is also including Wetlands International. There's a partnership in the Americas, also working with several conservation agencies in the United States. And we're seeing these sorts of collaborations with UNEP in Africa appearing more and more and more. So it's the realization that we cannot go on fixing these short-term problems. Now, the social protection world has been quite separate from that. And also the humanitarian cash world has been quite separate from that focus on natural resources. But I think there's a real strong opportunity there to manage those things. And even more so now, because all of these risks that I was describing and this compound nature of risks is only getting worse. Uncertainties are rising in a changing climate. Extremes are getting worse. I'm currently, as was mentioned in the introduction, coordinating lead author for a chapter in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change next assessment report on key risks. And one of the critical areas that we're assessing with much more focus than in previous assessment is the question of compound risks. How do things come together? And in addition, not just long-term scenarios, but this question of how short-term coping and long-term trends in risk collide. How what we do in the short term influences what we'll face in the longer term. And just more investment in humanitarian response is not going to be good enough. Just turning that into more structural social protection isn't good enough. We have to link these things into how we manage risk across scales, spatial scales, across landscapes, and across time scales. And we have a unique opportunity right now, because as we're getting this X-ray of the compound risks, all the shocks colliding, the need to channel economic support to the right places to allow people to survive and to allow economies to continue in this unprecedented shock that the world is facing. We also have an unprecedented opportunity to channel that money to these sorts of solutions that provide these multiple wins, to turn the short-term humanitarian programming into long-term safety net programs, but then also to connect those safety net programs to the local grounded ecosystem-based solutions that we know work in these places. So let's turn that moment of crisis that we're in right now in a moment of opportunity. Use the unprecedented resources. I think it's estimated to be of the order of 10 trillion now that is invested in economic recovery, in at the same time meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement, including the resilience side of that Paris Agreement, by strengthening systems on the side of social protection, but then also the deeper understanding of how those risks are rooted in the way communities live in their landscapes, live their lives, but also earn their livelihoods, and are connected into wider systems, including the governments they should increasingly be relying on, rather than the international aid that we now still too often have to provide in these times of crisis. Let me leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Martin. This was really an excellent introduction to the panel discussion. And also in relation to what you were saying, we have prepared short mini clips which present the voices of youth. We asked some of you how the COVID crisis is affecting your community. So let us see the mini clips provided by our audience. I apologize for there seemed to be a short delay. Maybe I can use the time and once again to inform you that there will be a panel discussion after these mini clips. So feel free to send us your questions. We are talking about the trade-offs and synergies between drought risk, natural resource management, and social protection. So the videos are gone.
Hi, my name is David Schroben, and I would like to share some of the impacts COVID has had in my country, particularly in my community. First of all, there are very many people who are earning on daily wages, and when COVID struck, most of these people had to stop working. This means that they had to rely on any savings they had to provide food for their families. But the challenge is that there's been an increase in the food prices, and over time, their savings are getting depleted. There's also been a problem of healthcare because transportation has been restricted, and you find that patients who need to go to the hospital or people such as the expecting mothers find it difficult to get transportation from their homes to the hospitals, because even in the hospitals, certain departments stopped working because not all the medical personnel had the safety equipment. Children have been told to go back home and schools have been closed. This is going to greatly disorganize their school curriculum. These are some of the impacts COVID has had. I'd like to get to know how COVID has affected your community too.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Achama, climate activist from Uganda. The COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted my community Namugongo in Kira municipality in several ways. Among them are the famed annual Uganda Matters Day rendered a global pilgrimage that sees people of all ethnicities and nationalities gathered. The Namugongo Matter Shrine will not occur due to the stringent restriction on public gatherings. This has affected very many businesses like hotels, restaurants, tourist souvenir shops, petrol stations, supermarkets, wholesale and retail shops in target of millions of people who attend the gathering. The pandemic has created a public health crisis. This follows the presidential directive banning private and public transport, which has led many people to walk long distances to the nearest health centers for medical services. This has in some cases led to death of patients in need of critical emergency care, and other cases increased pregnancy-related mortalities as some mothers have delivered babies in very unfavorable conditions, endangering them and their babies' lives. The hospitals in Namugongo are currently overwhelmed due to the increasing number of sick people who can only access the nearest hospitals, which cannot accommodate the large number at the same time. Not to mention the limited number of medical personnel appointed to attend to these medical needs. The rise in food prices has led to devastating effects at household level, causing people to resort to having one meal a day in order to survive due to the limited incomes, because all people were to stay home to stay safe. But in this case, staying at home means staying hungry, as the government relief food has not yet been circulated in the expected time frame. Most landlords who aim to earn return on investment have made massive losses, as demand for their ready-to-use rental properties has greatly declined due to the economic strain.
I'm very grateful and I'm very honored to be a part of this. My name is Omonuk Joshua, a climate activist from Uganda. Today, I would like to share with you how COVID-19 is affecting people in my community. Remember, some of these families were already fragile even before COVID-19. There are very many minority groups in my community. These are the poor, the children, the physically challenged, and several others. The children are facing a risk of never attaining their dreams of education because as they spend more time at home, their dreams are being pushed further and further away. The girl child is daily facing a risk of being married off as a source of dowry. The parents may marry off these children to get a source of dowry because at this moment they do not work. The pregnant mothers are facing a challenge of transport because sometimes they even deliver on their way to the hospital. There is no public transport because of the lockdown. The physically challenged, the blind also are finding it harder and harder to move, to access the day-to-day services, all because of this lockdown which has been brought about by COVID-19. Another group of people we should not forget are the single mothers who are having families. These ones, most of them work in markets. And to work in markets here, you must be able to sleep there because of the new rules brought about by COVID-19. Once you work in a place, you must be able to sleep near your workplace. These mothers leave their children home, alone and vulnerable, further increasing the risks the children are facing. The problems and challenges brought about by COVID-19 are so many that I can't exhaust them. But COVID-19 is laying a blanket of misery on all of us.
Dear David, Joshua, and Evelyn, thank you very much for sending us these great messages which illustrate the enormous challenges your communities are facing. And I hope that your messages will be taken into the panel discussion, which will start just now. I would like to use this opportunity also to say a special thank you to Vanessa Nakate, who helped us to connect with these young people and hear their messages. Now, Michael Bruntrup will continue with the panel discussion, with the moderation of the panel discussion. Michael?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, great. Welcome back. For those who were not with us at the beginning of our event at session 1, Michael Bruntrup is a senior researcher at GIE with expertise in agriculture, rural development, trade policy, and food security, with geographical focus on sub-Saharan Africa. By the way, I'm glad to say that Vanessa Nakate joined us, even though late, but she is with us now, so we have her in our panel. Michael, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to invite all the panelists to come on board, so switch on their screen so that we simulate something like a real panel discussion. We have not so many questions as far as I see from the audience, so let us try to have a discussion. Maybe also we find some points which are maybe controversial. And I would like to start. Let me see. One moment. Let me see whether Vanessa is also on board. Yeah. No. Yep, fine. I would like to start with from the point where we have heard about these the clips, the message from the clips, and also Martin said already, it is the COVID. The COVID is a big opportunity, and Martin, of course, you are right. When we designed this session, we were thinking in terms of disaster management. We were thinking of drought. Now, at present, there is no larger problem of drought. To the contrary, we have now rains and floodings and the locusts plus the COVID. But one question I would start with maybe is, I have the impression that at least in our discourses here, COVID is now overwhelming everything else. And of course, that can be an opportunity, as you say, but that can also is a big risk that we are now focusing only on one thing and forget again about the other things. Social protection, of course, provides a vision, let's say, for multi-risk. But if I see in my own field, for example, I acknowledge, I see that agriculture is now a big bone of the security of the poorest. But if I look a little bit further into the locust disaster, for example, then it is the opposite is the case. So their agriculture in a region which is devastated by locusts or again by droughts, you cannot rely on. So how can we, let me first ask, is that this drought overwhelming everything? And what can we do to have a, let's say, a more weighted and more nuanced, more balanced view on integrating disaster management, risk management into our normal works? Maybe, Martin, you can start because that was you who had also brought it up first.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right. The risk may be much larger that we invest all that money to respond to COVID in a stupid way, and that we lose all these opportunities. So there is an opportunity, but one of the reasons I'm making this plea, and I think all of us need to be going out into the world and having these discussions, is that we do need an integrated approach. And this is giving us, as I said, an X-ray of vulnerabilities, but the next shock will not be like COVID. And we can only use this money once, and we should use it in ways that strengthen our ability to manage multiple shocks that are coming our way. I think there's a lot of emphasis in those discussions also on the global economic response to COVID, on making that green. And I think that's actually very heartening to see. I think there's also the counter trend saying, let's rebuild our economies as fast as we can, which means rebuild what we had before. I think there is a call also from leaders, including in Germany, first and foremost, I would almost say, thank you for your leadership there, to think about the jobs of the future. But it's too often interpreted as green. And I think we need to think green and resilient. I, by the way, also hear Chancellor Merkel and other leaders, including the UK, who are leading towards Glasgow, say that. But then what does resilient mean? And then I think we're also still eager to do things quickly and at scale in response to COVID. And we need to connect to the local level, and we need those integrated solutions that in the end need to be built on those local realities. So it's that call I would make. Let's get that subtlety into the discussion, and let's use the money well. Because I'm also very cognizant, once the money's been spent, we're going to go into a couple of dry years financially, so to speak. So if we don't do it now, I'm worried that we'll actually be facing more challenges rather than less in the coming years to address those more structural challenges.
Thank you. Let me ask Vanessa. I mean, you are on the ground. Thank you, Vanessa, again for helping us to assemble these voices from the activists. Vanessa was already, we had intended to bring her in the first session. She is a very, I think, very prominent and very outspoken person about, particularly about climate change issues. But again, here maybe the question, how do you see this, the competition maybe, but also maybe a synergy between your topic climate change and the COVID disaster, which is now rolling out and which your compatriots have vividly told us about?
Well, thank you for that question. Now, when it comes to climate change and COVID-19, it's literally dealing with two pandemics at the same time, because from the communities where I come from, the people were already experiencing the climate crisis, and then comes the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is two pandemics at the same time. And of course, their lives were already being threatened, and their livelihoods were already being threatened by the climate crisis. I would say communities that heavily depend on food for survival, you find that many of them had cases whereby they didn't have enough food to eat, where they only had a meal to survive, where they could sell their food and get some money to take their children to school and that. But now with the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdowns, many people are not working. Many people have been laid off from their workplaces. So you find that the food that was already little becomes even less because of the increasing demand. Because if production is not taking place, if the farmers are not doing the agriculture, that means the food is going to be less. And of course, with this pandemic, if the demand is high and the availability, that is the supply, is low, that means the food prices are going to go up, which they did. Most of the food stuff, their prices went really high, and you find that only the privileged were able to get something good to eat for maybe the day or for the month, because those who are able to stock up food during the lockdown were able to do it. But then remember, there are these families that were already stricken by poverty driven by climate change. Now they have to try and buy food. They have to try and buy food for their families. But how can they buy food if the prices of the food are increasing at the very high rate? All the prices of food were so high, including salt itself, just salt, So there are very many communities that were put in a very hard place because they had to deal with surviving the COVID-19 virus, as well as surviving death by hunger, because you either die by hunger or by the virus for some of those communities. And then you realize that the government relief and the food that they were giving out, of course, this wasn't happening at once or in one day. There are some communities, I believe, that haven't received food yet, and yet the lockdown has been there for like 2.5 months or 3 months. So I have seen people on television crying out to the government, please let us work, let us go to work. So this pandemic has pushed them to a point of, I'd rather get the virus than die of hunger. Yeah.
Terrible news. Christoph, you are working on social security, social protection schemes, and we have the impression that they are overwhelmed, specifically in these very poor countries. Are the social safety nets themselves not resilient to a real stress?
Oh, that's a very good question. I would say in low-income countries, it seems to be like this, that they are not very, very resilient. We have seen in the past a lot of initiatives to make them more resilient. That governments really try to change, for example, different implementation modes in order to make them more resilient to the current pandemic. For example, when it comes to large social cash transfer programs, the people now will receive in some countries mobile money by a mobile phone, so they don't have to queue up anymore, and in order to avoid the crowds and these gatherings. So these are some kind of a quick implementation changes where you can make your current social protection programs and systems more resilient, so you can adapt them to the current pandemic situation. But then, of course, what is very important, that these schemes and the programs, they have to be ready in a way in order to increase the coverage, so to include more households, more people from all parts of society. And there we currently see a very big challenge in many countries, especially in low-income countries, that it's very challenging to include especially households from the informal sector. So it also seems to be that the informal sector, of course, will be hit very strong by the current pandemic, but also, of course, by the lockdowns. And it's very difficult to include them in current social protection schemes. It seems to be also difficult to set up new schemes in order to include them. So you have to think of that households register by themselves. We have seen in some countries that households can register by themselves online, but then we have also the problem of a network problem. So some of the home pages were overwhelmed and so on. We have seen a lot of announcements regarding amounts that will go into the social protection system from many different donors, but also from the governments. But the main problem currently seems to be that most of the systems or current programs seems to be not very, very resilient in low-income countries because these amounts have not been transferred to the people. It seems to be that just 1/3 of the announced amounts have been transferred to the target groups. Yeah, this needs to be changed, and a lot of agencies are working currently in order to improve the situation. And yeah, of course, when it comes to resilience, we have to think of how to learn from this crisis and how to improve social protection schemes and systems that we do not face the same problems when it comes to the next pandemic or next crisis or next natural disaster, and also, of course, the next drought. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me ask Tanya, we had heard about your project in Madagascar, and your counterpart, I think Valerie, she explained already that there was a sign of improved resilience to drought through your project, which is about natural resource management. Have you any information about how the farmers are now doing during this crisis? Do you have any up-to-date information on that?
Yes, I have information from the northwest of Madagascar, which is our intervention area. It's less affected by drought, but more by heavy rainfalls, for instance. Here, the farmers that we are working with are still doing fine. Luckily, Madagascar is in the lucky situation that COVID came when harvests were about to be done. So harvests are going on and the stores are filled at the moment. The question is now, how long will the situation last? How long will the lockdown last? And what will happen once the stores are empty, the harvests are sold or eaten up? And that is something we still have to observe. However, we see already direct consequences of the COVID pandemic on the natural resources. I just read today an article in a Madagascar newspaper which says that forest fires and forest destruction has increased by 81% due to this COVID crisis. And this shows that people that have lost their income, not necessarily from the agricultural sector, but more from tourism, from related services, they have to eat, they have to find income. They cut trees and produce charcoal that they gives them a short-term income, but in the long run, this will, of course, make the situation much more difficult with regards to resilience, with regards to soil protection. Erosion will be much aggravated if the trees are cut and if the parks are burning, biodiversity will suffer and so on. So we really have a situation where we know we have the proof that we have to continue these that are already known, that have been presented in the last sessions, but they have to be combined with a social protection system that helps also to protect the natural resources we base our activities on, which are the basis for a healthy soil, for instance.
Okay, and I link this question to the perspective, the global perspective, which is here presented by Louise Baker from UNCCD. And of course, I think you are also, I assume, but let's ask your vision on that, assume concerned about this overwhelming concern about COVID. I don't know, how do you perceive? Do you have a perception about your topic, soil and drought? Are they suffering? Do you do something like global advocacy for your topic, or is there something which, for example, tries to go into the direction of what Martin said, a joint approach of all organizations towards a combined risk management? What is your perspective? What is happening in the international discussion about these topics?
Thank you, Michael. It's an interesting question, and I think UNCCD, like every other agency, probably like every person, is thinking what happens next. I think we are definitely endorsing going with the Secretary General's message of us needing to build back better. Somebody said to me the other day, and I thought it was brilliant, we don't want to go back to normal. Normal is what got us into this mess in the first place. So we need something that's abnormal. And what does abnormal look like? I think the choices that we make in terms of the stimulus now to build back better, the economic stimulus, wherever it comes from, will be locked in for a very long time. And so those choices need to be, yes, certainly, but they need to be smarter. And I think that's where there is a bit of an overlap between the discussions around drought and discussions around COVID. That what we see, we have to see the preparedness aspect of this as part of the plan. Because what we've seen is that despite the best efforts of many governments, they have been overwhelmed. Despite the best efforts of many governments, they have ended up in a reactive crisis mode to deal with the social implications of COVID, just like they act in a reactive way when drought strikes. So I would argue that moving to preparedness and ensuring that countries are ready, and assuming, unfortunately, that with climate change, we will see more pandemics emerge, we will see more infectious diseases emerge, we will see drought more often, or floods. So I think in part of the adaptation plans that we all have, we have to be ready for that preparedness message. We certainly are working with our sister agencies and with other agencies to try and make this a more joined up approach. From the 3 Rio conventions, certainly looking over the course of the next super year for nature, trying to embed this nature-based solutions, natural solutions into the plan, so that the stimulus goes in this direction, because that's where those people who are most affected will benefit if we can focus on nature-based solutions. In terms of drought preparedness, I think nothing actually changes. We just need to do more of it. We need to be more prepared. So national drought plans are being developed, but they need to actually be implemented. Knowledge, we have a fantastic toolbox for sharing information from all the best sources so that we can make that information available. So that continues, and that has to be accelerated because it has to be embedded. It has to be the new normal to be prepared for these sort of crises, slow or fast onset. There was a fabulous quote, though, I found from an Irish-American political leader, diplomat, who said, advocacy is at its core an exercise in empathy. And I think we need to move to being practical in our responses, prepared in our responses, and empathetic with people, because there's a lot of suffering going on around the world, and without empathy for people and without this preparedness, I think it's a bit of a problem. So yeah, we definitely are trying. I think we struggle like everybody else, but there's definitely a belief that this needs to happen and it needs to be embedded fully.
We have still 5 minutes, and I don't know exactly to whom to ask, because I'm a researcher. I mean, I'm a let's say more or less specialist. Whenever we talking about coordination, joint efforts, cross-sectoral, I have the impression, and it's easy for me as a researcher to say, that the governments do not do easy with coordinated actions, because they are organized in sectors, in ministries. The administrations are organized in the same way. I don't know to whom, maybe also Vanessa, because she is working as also on the ground. What is your impression? What are these obstacles to really scale out the very nice examples that we have everywhere? We have had nice presentations from NGOs, from the German Development Corporation, and so on. There's good ideas everywhere. And Louisa, you said we have to do more of all that good things. Where is what is hampering this scaling, the real scaling up? And I think it cannot be from cooperation only, because our money compared to the task is really tremendous. So the governments, the local governments, the national governments, local must be first. What is your impression? Where or do I see it wrong? Maybe also. No? As I say, as a researcher, it's always easy to blame others for lack of cooperation. Who wants to start? You can also switch off your microphones together.
I'll jump in first. Vanessa, you can tell me I'm wrong. I think this is probably a personal opinion. Am I allowed to give a personal opinion? I think we incentivize the wrong things. So actually what I would like to see is we spend an awful lot of money on subsidizing things that eventually have a negative impact on us. The incentives that we put into fossil fuels, into fertilizers, those can be directed to things that put a kind of a base behind everybody. So for me, it's the taxes, the incentives, the systems that we have at government level go beyond cooperation and
that
can
would
be really
release
important policy levers. There you go.
Release money for other things, more useful, more long-term things.
Well, that support the natural regeneration of the system, that support nature-based solutions, that support people.
Thank you.
And if I can add on that, those incentives can be created by better linking the local and the national and the global levels. So we know in the field, we know on the ground things that work, but we are often unable to set this as criteria, for instance, for agricultural financing, to put those criteria of soil protection in the agenda for farmers to get subsidies. If that would be the case, it would make it easier. So that is a link that has to be created by exchange visits or by global landscapes forums, for instance.
Vanessa.
Well, yes, to me, I think it goes back to the international community and where it chooses to invest and put some of the development finance, because you find that the international community, and in particular, I'll talk about the European Union, you find that they claim to be the ones who are going to lead us in the Green New Deal and in taking climate action. And then the next thing you know is that they're investing billions in the fossil fuel industry and they're opening up new coal power plants. And to me, I think that this is hypocrisy. I think they actually need to divert the finance in building resilience in these communities that experience the most of these disasters. It should move from just talking about what they are going to do and promising and making especially the young people feel like they're going to take action. So they should actually walk the talk.
Vanessa, can I ask you one question? You're coming from an African society. In an African society, the elders are much more respected, or let's say, I don't know how the intergenerational talk is there. Is it easy for you as youth to get heard in circles which are maybe dominated by elder?
Well, it's not very, very easy because the elders are literally up there and you're down here, and many times it is hard to get to those elders, especially if you don't have what people call connections.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for this. So we have to support you. Anybody else on Martin or Christoph on this question of in this intersectoral linkages?
Martin, do you want to go first or shall I go first?
No, please go first.
So I just wanted to underline what was just said, but also particularly that point about incentives. And I think that's maybe also a call. So I agree with you, Michael, that it's not just going to be a matter of development finance and international actors stepping in. On the other hand, that is going to be a bigger flow than ever before. It is shaping things, and there are perverse incentives also in that system that we can fix. And it is also a leverage for system change more broadly. And the challenge is a little bit that system itself has also been very siloed and has too often been responding to little things coming out of particular political environments or responding to what we've just seen. So I think that's one of the risks, that we're always managing the last shock. So what I think is interesting in this current pandemic is that the questions about risks facing people, communities, districts, cities, countries, but also the whole world in the pandemic are now not just lived by individuals, households, communities, but they are actually at the desks of the head of state. And you see people like Kristalina Georgieva at IMF addressing these sorts of questions. So I think what we need to provide them is an investment perspective that shows how some of these integrated solutions that link global and local, that link the household economic resilience to national economic resilience and global economic resilience, that we have something to offer. So I think that is also maybe the challenge to you as researchers and myself in some ways in the IPCC, for instance, coming up with storylines that present our evidence in a way that becomes an actionable investment proposal that works for those people, like Vanessa was describing, that are at the receiving end, but in the end also work from a global perspective in terms of making these systems work, removing some of these incentives and putting the incentives toward the integration.
Thank you. Christoph, you want to add something?
Yes, I would highly support point from Martin. So it's very important, like to think also about this financing and funding structure. As he said, this really can leverage, especially against the background of the current pandemic. I think more and more countries and also more and more international organizations seeing that they should more go or maybe more invest into preparedness. And I heard from the social protection side that, for example, there are currently discussions of having a kind of global fund or global funding structure, not just to respond to shocks, but also to set up a system, social protection systems that are more resilient and that can cope with different kind of shocks. And this kind of funding structure really would maybe help, and also set help to shape the incentives, to change the incentives that countries try to implement now from the social protection angle, implement social protection systems that are more resilient and that they are better prepared when it comes to shocks and pandemics, for example. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one thing which is now maybe easier than before, from, let's say, for example, from a researcher's perspective, is very often it is very difficult to demonstrate the cost benefits of protective activities, because that is also the discussion now. If a protective activity works, or if the disaster doesn't strike for some years, then you don't have an effect. And then many politicians and policymakers will not only say that it is wasted money, but it is not visible, and then they are forced, let's say also by their electorate, to invest it in other things. And I think the COVID disaster really shows a high cost for unpreparedness, an extremely high cost, no? And maybe not so much in lives, but really in for given economic development and in poverty and food security in the poor areas, and in the northern areas, unemployment, and maybe also deterioration of the social climate, which I see in the coming years. Let me ask one final question. We have been given 3 more minutes. The Global Landscape Forum, this is a forum which seems to try to create a movement, a global movement, and it is not just an advocacy forum. It is not a scientific forum, although it is steered by CIFOR, a scientific organization. Do you see that as a useful, or is it too broad? I mean, you can also say, okay, we are always swimming on the surface. We are not in this kind of conference. We cannot go very deep. On the other hand, this is a very broad. The outreach is extremely high. how do you appreciate this kind of forum in which I'm also the first time, I have to say, against what you usually know in your perspectives, in your work areas? Maybe really a short answer from you, and that maybe also convey a kind of wish, or a kind of what would you like that this forum here conveys to in the longer run after the session and the forum is over.
So can I answer to that? For us, for my project, we participate in the hope that we will create networks that will also have an effect for us on the ground, or for the national level to create incentives. And if we can strengthen those networks through this type of conference and really create links that persists afterwards, and working relations that persists, I think this kind of conference makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I'll jump in as well. So for us, it's a question, these issues don't respect borders. We mostly work in a national level discussions, and we bring together governments. So this is a connector. Drought is a connector, it cross borders. Sustainable land management, restoration, landscapes, they cross borders. So it's about bringing together different groups. It's a connection function. So very much agreeing with Tanya there. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm have more a research perspective. Of course, it's very important, this kind of forums, to learn about new ideas, and for me, it's very useful to have this kind of a broader perspective on certain things. So, for example, social protection is also an area that is highly connected to other areas, and yeah, I think this the Global Landscape Forum can provide this kind of exchange, or this kind of broader view, and it's for researchers useful to think out of the silo and try to see connections to other areas, and yeah, talk to practitioners, and working on yeah, maybe better programs and better solutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Christoph. Vanessa, you wanted.
Yeah.
I saw you starting several times.
Yeah, well, from my side as an activist, I'm very, very appreciative when it comes to the forum, because to me, it is a form of talking about what is happening in the area that I come from. And to me, it's a form of amplifying my voice, and I really appreciate it. And then what I would wish to see, of course, is to see more young people as what you've done. Just keep doing what you've done for this year's forum. And yeah, thank you.
And feel encouraged to continue. Martin, a final word from you?
Yeah, echoing all of that, I think what is critical is that that fora like these make the linkages. I do think on average we have too many global talk shops, and the only reason they become relevant is that if they do act as a linking pin, not just between different actors in different silos, but also from local to global. And in the end, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, in terms of where it in the end indeed results in different practice on the ground. And that sense, Tanya's example is a great one. I'm taking some new ideas forward. And I think if we all do that, then it has a huge added value.
Thank you very much. We have to conclude, and I think we had some now nice concluding words, which also a little bit show into the future, because we intend indeed, and I think also Global Landscape Forum supports that. We want to keep up these new linkages. There are learning fora in the background. There are fora where information can be distributed. The forum is not only about this 3 days event, so there is a longer term supportive structure behind, in a discussion fora. We will try, and I think also GIZ, I know that you are the co-organizers and co-funders of our 3 sessions, that we want to continue this. I have also learned many things. I'm also now more aware than before of, for example, that drought is one of the risks that we are talking about. It's not the only risk, and it must be really strongly embedded in a multi-risk strategies. That is also, I think, a message for these specialized organizations like UNCCD. It can only happen together, even if you have a short advantage in one sense, then it will, if something happens like the coronavirus pandemic, easily if you don't start as a joint, for example, a joint community before, then you are easily pushed out again when something like that happens. So it is better to develop comprehensive and connected approaches from the beginning, so that in such a case you also are addressed together. I had the intention to do a wrap-up. I don't. I think the 3 sessions have shown sufficiently how useful it is to think in this nexus, drought risk management, now extended to disaster risk management, natural resource management, and social protection. There is a lot in it to be developed, and I hope we will also be able to promote several of the good things which are already happening, and maybe refine them and adapt them to new conditions. As an agriculture engineer, I can say all solutions have to be adopted to the local conditions, especially if you're talking here about anything which is including ecology, plants, animals, but also ecologies. Economies are very often localized, and we have to always find the appropriate local solutions. But the blueprint is be connected, and not much more than that in general. We will have I want to make 2 last announcements. One is we had a practical, we wanted to be practical and useful, so we have added one call for collection of funding for a project in Tanzania, which you will find on our comment page for this session. You will find the connection and also a description of the project that is intended to be funded. That is an NGO which has also contributed to this forum. And the second announcement is that we will now have some nice final views from a film that Patrick Augenstein has produced, and be aware that there are extended longer versions of this with very nice views. It's also an eye catcher, so we don't have to talk only about disasters and problems, but there are also positive things which from time to time we have to view, just to keep our souls in peace. So thank you very much. I don't know, Maria, did you want to step in for a last time? You have opened the session, so maybe you also want to close it before we see the film. Thank you very much for you.
Yeah. Yes, Michael, thank you very much for the excellent moderation. I would like also to thank all the panel speakers. It was really an engaging discussion. Yeah, I think that it would be great if I just say what key messages, what key takeaways I took from the last discussion, the idea behind which was to link, to establish linkages between these 3 elements. So we need to be better prepared. We need an integrated solutions. We need to make more good things. We need an international cooperation, but also local action. And importantly, we need actionable solutions to attract investments. And we need more forums like GLF, where local, national, and global actors can link, can discuss innovation, and can foster more action. So thank you very much to all. A special thanks also to the GLF technical team. Without you, we wouldn't be able to make this 4-hour streaming. And now follows the last part of the film that was screened during the whole event. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Of the Earth's total water, 97% is salt water and only 3% is fresh. Only 1% of all water on this planet is readily accessible for human use. Where there is no water, there is no life. According to the United Nations, by 2030, almost half of humanity will be living in areas of high water stress. As long as our industries remain dependent on fossil fuels, the cutting of old-growth forests continues and the global economic system still worships growth, man-made droughts will continue to be one of the most threatening outcomes. We need system change, not climate change. When we look at the sky, when we hear the wind, when we feel the rain, we should not also feel it was affected by us.
The intensity, duration, and spatial extent of droughts are increasing. In the last 2 years only, 25 countries have declared national emergency as a result of drought. Recent scientific evidence also suggests that droughts have a cascading, spiraling impacts on other sectors. It's implicating also civil unrest, conflict, and enforced migration.
Well, we have to acknowledge that it's no longer nature that is driving global change, but it's humans. That's why we're talking of the Anthropocene as a new era in global change, where nature has ceased to be nature. The variation in rainfall is just one aspect of drought. What makes it a disaster is the way how it affects, how it interferes with societies.
We need to move from response to crises toward being proactive and managing risks by using the latest technology in early warning systems for the dissemination of knowledge and alerts, coordinating across institutions, connecting all relevant sectors, understanding the implications of inaction for forced migration, security, and violent conflict, restoring ecological systems along with microclimatic conditions that rebuild water security while sequestering carbon in biomass and soil organic matter, helping to restore the Earth's climate. Investing into sustainable forms of irrigation and water provision that is fair to everyone. Putting those living directly off the land at the center of our efforts. Creating a clear vision of what we need to do next to protecting the living planet that sustains us. Restarting our ability to imagine what a different future will need to be.